Hello and welcome everyone to another exciting session of Platinum Watch. I am your ever-present Dungeon Master, Walkman EXE, and joining me as always are my ever-present role players. Nyx won, just because they have got a birthday to go to today and will not be able to make it tonight. So going down the line, we have the Hawk Abridged playing Talasoon.
Everyone is dead.
Stormsage 13 playing Merrick Gilder.
We will not die this time, surely.
Red Beast 13 playing Gallus Morgulus.
Yo, now two of my characters have died.
And Vexatal 24 playing Yusuperic.
Does that technically make us undead?
And tonight I will be playing the role of all the NPCs and also Rando Mishorm, because I have to. So, when last we left off, the party was left Yurion after checking in on everything, making sure that everything was up to date, that the production of resources and scaling of defenses were kind of like increased, so that, you know, the security of the city could be kept against a potential onslaught by Trappet Dosselin, as Yuza and the others found out during the Conclave of Courts that an attack would be led on the city by Trappet, as well as the Huntsman, and a few of the Principal's forces. So to ensure that the city could last under siege, they fortified it and then returned to the Silver Dawn Keep, where they could restock and resupply, grab a few items before they headed out, and ensure that they were ready for the trip ahead, which would be into the Shadowfell to investigate a temporal anomaly that overlapped in four separate planes. On the material, the Shadowfell, the Feywild, and the Ethereal, but the origin point being inside the Shadowfell. The party departed for the location on the prime material that was closest to it, before plane shifting to get as close to the anomaly wall as possible, and wound out just outside the city of Blackreach in the Shadowfell, making their way through the anomaly wall and inside after Yuza reverse engineered and cast a glyph that they found outside the city that using with a high arcana check that was revealed to basically make you immune to the effects of the temporal lock. Like, inside you would repeat the same instances over and over again, but you would lose your memories. This would allow them to keep cogence while they were inside the anomaly. As the party sorry, late, tired, anyway. The party then headed inside the anomaly wall, arriving inside the city of Blackreach, and not but a few moments on the inside, spotted a Platinum Watch signal flare, designating that something was wrong. Heading to the source of the flare, they met up with Lieutenant Emmerich Graves, a scout that was sent to investigate the missing survey team, and they met the other members of the team. First, the survey team that initially went missing, which was Braun, a Goliath monk, Voland Tanix, a Air Genasi wizard, and Gidget Barracks, a gnome artificer. And the recovery team was Emmerich Graves and Lunelda Rose. Gathering together and being confronted by some of the denizens of the Shadowfell. The party, of course, being fucking terrifying because they're super high level, drove the vampires away that were hassling their team, and recovered the body of Braun after he had been ensanguinated by Antoine Kilgreave. Recruiting a local, Gabe, to guide them through the city, they arrived at the Raven Queen's palace, where they quickly found themselves under distress, as the entire palace itself seemed to be rigged with death traps. As the party attempted to navigate the first floor, they made their way carefully up to the second, before watching as King Marduk Shadro, a known member of Eclipse known as the Black Sheep, was killed instantly by some form of arcane curse. As the party kind of reeled from that and from other effects that were occurring, they found themselves split between two rooms. One in which Gallus investigated had some kind of wisdom trap, like it was a banquet that seemed too inviting, and he felt the need to sit down and stay there forever before shaking it off and going the other way. Whereas Tala and Yuza triggered a trap in the other room where a piano sat in an empty room. The doors shut and poison gas began to vent in. As the gas began to choke the life from the party, one by one, they then were killed off in various ways as the house claimed them. They then awoke simultaneously, each after the instance of their death, in a singular point in time, which is the point at which they had entered the temporal anomaly. That is where we find the party now, in the wake of their first reset.
Fuck.
Yeah, Rando is just kind of like processing the information and kind of like thinks about everything that's going on.
We need to regroup with Graves. I told him that we'd meet him after the recess. Is everyone okay?
Yeah, just Peachy Keen.
We died.
Yep.
Rando looks at Yuza and he just goes, do you happen to have enlarge reduce?
What?
Do you happen to have enlarge reduce?
Let me check. Also, Walker, am I supposed to be able to see anything under key NPCs?
I mean, some of them, yes, you all are able to see.
Because the only one I see is Guan Yu.
Same.
Yeah, that's the only one I have in there right now. I reorganized.
Okay.
I reorganized all the folders, so now
Just making sure.
Now I have one for former PCs, key NPCs, Platinum Watch, Silver Dawn Inquisition, Villains, the Inquisitors, and the CCR. So yeah, I got folders for days now.
Just making sure.
Organization like fuck.
Oh shit! I need to update Cullen's character sheet when I get a second.
No, I do not know that spell.
He just kind of thinks on it. He's like, okay.
I do. Then.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Yeah, shrink me.
Now?
Yes.
Okay. I cast reduce.
As you watch as Rando goes from being like 5 foot something to fucking 3 feet tall, he just turns to Gallus and just goes, okay, I'm gonna climb in your backpack and take a long rest so I can change all my prepared spells, because apparently dying's a thing that we're gonna do now. He seems like he kept it together for the first part of like asking the questions, but he's very agitated.
It's okay. You
Stay
stay there.
I thought you said at the end of last time we could reset spells. Or did I imagine that?
No, I also reselected my spells because I thought this was like a grace period where we could. I think this is his way of running Zach out of the session.
I mean, if he wanted to do that, he could just kill him.
Fair enough.
I mean, I could, but I'm not going to right now.
Also, enlarge your reduce only lasts a minute.
It's okay.
Oh, does it really?
Yeah, it doesn't last 8 hours.
Well, he doesn't need 8 hours. He's an elf.
4
It
hours.
doesn't last an hour.
Yeah, it doesn't last 4 hours. Okay, cool. Never mind. I take all that back. Like, he's just gonna...
If it did, it'd be a great spell.
Oh yeah.
He's just gonna...
Just chill.
I guess, yeah. Like, he's just gonna chill, and I guess, like... Yeah, everybody reset your spells, I guess. I don't remember saying this, but, like, you're also going to die a lot, and having you basically have to take a long rest every single time is going to be tedious.
Oh yeah. Merrick's squad started heading over to where they rendezvoused with Graves.
Alright. As you start walking that way, you see, like, maybe about, like, 15 minutes, like, as you all pass the city wall and, like, get into the streets, you see the flare pop.
Right. Oh, why'd they do that? They just called the vampires back. Yeah, we're going to have to talk to him about that.
Yes, you all arrive at the gazebo, and Graves is waiting. None of them are arguing this time, by the way. They are, like, fully alert, like, ready for a fight.
Is the Goliath still lost?
He's still, like... All of them are still processing the fact that they have died multiple times. Like, this isn't, like... This isn't just something that they're, like, gonna be like, oh, yeah, no, we're fine now. Like...
No, I get that, but last time he was just completely gone.
He died a lot and very quickly.
I know. That's why I'm asking, is he at all coherent this time?
He is cogent. He is not probably at his best, but he is, like...
I don't expect any of them to be.
He's present at the very least.
He's present and he has his arms up, if that helps any.
Okay.
Merrick just has his sword drawn. Like, Graves, in the future, probably best not pop the flare.
He just kind of, like, blinks for a second, it's just like, oh, okay.
You're letting everyone know where you are.
Vampires, remember?
Yeah. Like, he thinks on it, and then is like, I mean, maybe they found us from the flare, I don't know.
I understand, but... But for now, let's find someplace someplace fortified that we can make a plan of attack. Because storming into the Raven Queen's house probably not going to yield us the best results just yet. Let's see if we can get some recon done.
We have
Yeah.
we have
What?
potentially 2 options ahead of us. We can talk about that once we're off the streets.
By the way, I'm just gonna say, with anyone with a passive perception of, like, 13 or higher, you see Gabe, by the way.
Recruit
Gabe,
that
it's us!
zombie!
Gabe,
No,
it's us, don't you remember?
Walker, Tala's actively going to be looking out for the vampires because she knows they're coming.
Okay, yeah, just make me a perception check and I'll just use that as, like, your passive for the meantime.
No, it's werewolves this time. It's a deviation.
Gaz is going to walk up to Gabe. Gabe, would you like to join an adventure?
He says the exact same thing that y'all, that he said when the first time y'all met him. He goes, hell yeah, brother, I'm always down for a rumble.
Hell yeah, let's go. Follow me.
Get him.
All right. What'd you say?
Get a 20.
Nice.
Yeah, your 20 is gonna be your passive perception for the next minute.
Hey guys, who's all for letting Rando take the spell Find Traps today?
Oh, I took it, don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah, he
Also,
has.
must
By the way,
go
he has
wrong.
find traps, revivify, and sunbeam. Like I've decked out this boy's spell list. Once Zach told
Okay.
me he wasn't gonna make it, I immediately opened up a spell book and just started adding shit.
Fair.
I summon Ichabod. My friend, I'm so happy you are back.
Ichabod's been summoned. Like, didn't you walk through
that's right.
the barrier?
That's right.
Yeah.
I forgot that I had that.
Yeah, no.
So-
As you all respawned, like Ichabod just like looked at his like little owl wings, like with this just
Welcome
'Cause
back,
he-
my friend.
because he too remembers when he dies.
I mean, he does that all the time.
He does that all the time, but now within this temporal anomaly, he is just stuck with the knowledge that he could die at any time.
Oh, right. My fairy dragon.
Yeah, they are like, like you know how like when you have a cat and they're just not about whatever you're doing. That is how your fairy dragon is more or less reacting. Like anytime you're just like, hey, what's going? It's like. Just like any new thing that could be potentially dangerous, they are just like ready to fight.
I'm sorry, buddy. I wasn't expecting to die.
Yeah, a few things happened that I wasn't really expecting.
Oh, right. So what happened after I perished?
That's because we got sort of brainwashed by a table.
That's a way to put it.
Yes, among other things, it was that was a thing.
A couple of things run through Yuza's mind. Could it have been animated objects? Could it have been a mimic?
I
See,
just
Merrick
remember.
is very clearly just like trying to use the mission to distract himself from any trauma that he's going through right now.
Last I remember,
As you
I
do when you're
was-
totally a mentally healthy blood hunter man.
Oh yeah.
Last I remember, I was in a room full of poison, but how did I die?
Probably to the poison.
Gallus, what's your intelligence score again?
Impossible. Half orcs are immune to poison.
I think that's true.
Oh wait, it's probably orcs. Damn it, my human side weakened me.
Is your intelligence positive or negative?
It's up there. It's a
It
number.
exists.
It's a number.
exists.
I love how he says it's up there, and like that could go on either side of the slider.
Waku, can I do a quick perception to see if American sees some place that could work as a temporary base of operations for us as we try to like figure out our next move?
Are you talking about here specifically around the gazebo, or in the city in general?
Preferably some place that we can duck into for the time being, just to get off the streets, like until we can find some place more defensible.
There are lots of places off the streets you can duck into. You don't know if any of them are defensible or inhabited.
Do we know if did anything pop out on our way here?
Nothing's popped out of, like... Blackreach is a city, but it is more or less a haven for things that are not normally socially accepted on the material plane. Things like undead, creatures of the night, monsters, just aberrations, abomination, like just...
Boys,
is
win
a-
Patterson.
Basically, like, every single thing you walk past, like, triggers you and Tala's fight or flight.
Gotcha.
But they don't regard you as like, paladin, blood hunter. They're just like, oh, hey, what's going on?
Gotcha.
Like, it's very much like it is a community, but it also is just like, I am ready to kill any one of these people or things.
Gotcha. In that case, I guess that we'll just get someplace just like out of the public. Like, hey, Gallus, can you do a quick recon of one of these buildings? Ichabod?
Commander, may I also make a suggestion?
Go ahead.
If what happens again, we don't have to worry about currency. We could find perhaps a hotel or inn that we could rent rooms for everyone at, or something that, and again, I don't want to be crass, but the more expensive, the less likely they will be to, sell us out.
Fair enough.
If
Oh,
we
hell
die,
yeah.
we don't have to worry about the bill.
As y'all are talking, Gabe's just like, oh, hell yeah. Like, y'all want to find a hotel? I know a couple places. Like, I've lived here for a while. Like, I could help y'all out. Whatever you need, man. When do we
Yay.
get to fight shit?
Gabe, you're being promoted. You're now first degree officer, in charge of finding us lodging.
That's a better title than I have.
Oh, cool. A job and a promotion the same day. This is good. It's all coming up, Gabe.
We are bringing this guy with us when we leave. If he
Thi-
wants.
This is the price to cure homelessness.
So I just shut out my nose. Oh my god.
No one was ever prepared for these truth bombs.
The undead apocalypse.
Me so to shut my nose. I love it. I love it. I will protect him with my life.
I'll protect him with my next 3 characters.
Yeah, so,
Follow that zombie.
Okay, but Walker, since that still happened, that seems I still used my 7th level spell to cast Plane Shift, right? I still don't have that?
correct, you have used your 7th level spell slot to cast Plane Shift. So you do not have that, but everything else you're good on.
Correct.
He was a more useful undead than Avok ever was.
So yeah, Gabe is going to show y'all around the city. If there's anywhere in particular that y'all are looking for, you can make a survival check with advantage, as Gabe is just, like, literally showing y'all around the area. Like, he will answer
Just
any questions.
lodgings. I'll take that.
Vampires and a bar.
Yeah, I'm gonna look for like a good place to hold up.
21.
Okay, so now I get to draw
Well,
some...
actually, 22. 22.
Cool, I get to draw some fun things on the map.
You said survival, 18 for Tala.
19 for Gallus.
Okay, just put him in the chat. Wait, what the shit? I just saw your icon. When did Redwall's arc get updated?
Oh, I must have forgotten to post that in the chat. Yeah, Nada's awesome.
Yeah, Nyla's the best. For those who are in the know, Nylasaur is in my other campaign, Distant Wanderers, and she is an artist, and she does cool shit.
And she is also in Urban Shadows.
Yes, but I don't record or stream that.
Oh, I forgot.
Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and mark on the map. So Gabe is going to. I'm gonna mark over points of interest. God, that was a very sloppy X. I feel bad about that. Yeah, so he's gonna mark on the map locations of like lodging. And I am trying my best to steady hand this. It is not easy. So yeah, these are the locations of like inns and hotels that you all can stay at. There are a total of 4 in Blackreach.
And just for our knowledge, which one's is this the Raven Queen's palace, or is
that is the
this
Raven
over
Queen's
here?
palace. I will go ahead and
Okay.
mark that in a black X so that y'all know where to go.
Thank you.
Raven's Queen's palace, black X.
Appreciate it.
And I'm gonna go ahead and very carefully try and remove all these red markings.
I think we should go to the closest yellow marking, which would probably be this one. What do you guys think?
I agree. Like, arguably this one's closer, but
We
You would
to
have to
get
cross
the river.
River.
yeah, we have to cross the river.
Also, if
It's
we
more
do this,
exposed.
and if we do decide to split up, this side of the river has more spots to investigate that
Yeah.
Gus has noticed.
Walker.
Yeah.
Any sign of our vampiric friends?
Nope, you don't see them.
Okay.
We do end up splitting the party. We need to divide up our Radiant casters. So, Merrick, Tala, and Rando, because Rando has Sunbeam. Gallus, your arms, can they be Radiant, or are they just necrotic?
Let me double check, because there was something in the flavor text that I wanted to double check.
I thought they were
about
just
that.
force.
I think, yeah, they've been in the Earth Arcana. They were like, you can be necrotic or radiant. I think they would change the force.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they are.
force.
Yeah, they are literally hands of like astral, like
Yeah,
it's psionic energy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just flat force damage now, so it's not arcane or necrotic. It's just force.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, depending on how things go, we divide the party accordingly, with Merrick and Tala pretty much in charge of the individual two.
So there we go. I marked the Raven Queen's thing. Then all the hotels are marked. And I will go ahead and move y'all real quick. And mark this. Which, by the way, I need to... One second. I'm going to try and put these on the map layer.
Why do that? I was gonna make a suggestion to Merrick.
Go ahead.
Commander, what if when we find a suitable lodging place to hole up, what if Rando perhaps stays and guards the scouts? Might be a little easier to reconnoiter and investigate if we don't have to.
Oh, dude, I could just change the color of these
worry, no
fucking things.
offense.
That's cool.
Nice.
She just goes, no offense, guys.
It could potentially be easier to move if we have smaller units.
Rando is like, I am fine guarding the baby birds. And like, Braun opens his mouth to say something like he's offended by this, and then immediately shuts his mouth because he's like, yeah, no, I've died like a bunch of times.
Any ego these guys had is gone.
Oh, any like pride is gone.
Honestly, yeah.
Happens to the best of us, don't
Yeah.
worry, guys.
Man, That's
By
not
the
a bad
way,
idea.
just so you guys know, I have a single spell that deals radiant. Wall of Light.
Whew.
I got
Uh,
one, and I prepared it this time.
Oh, good. Merrick looks over to Graves. Actually, while you guys are at the inn, see if you can like secure the area, make sure that it's defensible if anything goes down. Merrick's sort, Merrick is sort of trying to give them tasks to keep themselves busy while making them still feel useful. It's just so like despair doesn't set in on them. You know what I mean? But
Gotcha.
he's not trying to say it out loud. He's
No, I
trying to
understand.
like, be subtle.
Yeah, like if there's people at the tavern, they could talk to them and maybe gather intel.
Oh yeah, good. Brando and team
So can I
are.
ask you some questions? Of course. Oh shit, it's Dracula.
Fuck it,
Yeah. Yeah. Are y'all all heading there? Or are you just sending Rando and the B squad?
We might as well all go with it for now, and then like.
Yeah, put more
that's when we
plan in
can
and
make
split up.
plans.
Okay, yeah. Y'all head to the hotel and you arrive, and as you do, like, this is very much like you arrive outside and it's like this full like Gothic cathedral style like inn, like huge spires, red like stained glass windows with these like black wrought iron fixtures. And as you walk inside, you are greeted by a kind of diminutive vampire man with sleeked black hair, a black shirt, red vest, and like black slacks with some shoes. And he just looks up at y'all, just goes, "Hello and welcome to the Count of Savings. I am your host, Baron. How can we help you today?"
I do an insight check to see if that is his actual voice, or if he's just like forced to like put on a show for customers.
Oh yeah, like you don't even have to make a roll. This is just your passive. He absolutely has to do this. Like it's in his contract.
You don't have to put on the voice first if you don't want to.
Cool.
Yeah, we're just looking for some rooms for the 10 of us.
I want to rent the rooms.
He's just like
One room.
he just looks at both Yuza and Tal's like, that is highly offensive.
No.
If possible, the
I could not
rooms
help
being
myself.
next door and conjoined, if possible.
Yeah, sure, whatever, man. It'll probably cost extra because I gotta rearrange some stuff, but yeah, I can do that.
That's fine.
Yeah. So how many rooms? I mean, I see that there's. He looks over and he sees Gabe and he goes, "Oh, Gabe, what's up, man?" And Gabe's like, "Hey, brother, yeah, these guys, they invited me to kick some ass, you know, and they gave me a job." And he's like, "Oh, that's really good, Gabe. I'm proud of you." And he goes, "Yeah, you know what? I'll throw in the friends and family discount. There's what he counts over everybody. He's like, the 10 of you."
Yeah.
And Gabe's like,
And Gabe.
"Oh, sick! Gabe gets a room. This is an upgrade.
I'm glad Gabe.
No more
is having
sleeping in a
fun.
barrel for Gabe."
Are you gonna bring Gabe back to the manor? Back to the Silver Dawn?
Storm wants to. Merrick is debating it because of how chill this guy is. Normally he dislikes undead, but this guy's fun.
I mean, you have a mind flayer.
Yeah. No, in the past year, Merrick's probably really
Made a lot of
loosened up.
concessions.
Merrick's been like, you know, that gray area is a freaking highway. There's actually a lot of room there.
The 10-lane highway.
I kind of want, out of character, I kind of want to build this dude and Gabe's relationship and then tell Gabe, okay, your job is to kill him. Because I'm not entirely sure which way it'd go. Part of me thinks the vampire dude would be, well, man, it's your job, you gotta do it.
I'll say in the past, like, even before the past year, during your stint in Platinum Watch, you quickly learned that, Volta very much has like these prejudiced kind of like views on racial morality, and that's just because like the way Volta is structured is very much rigid, like the player's handbook. It's like these races are usually evil. There's no like guideline or margin by which they can deviate, but the world's really not like that. It's not so black and white.
What? You mean people are people?
So
Not all people. Dun dun dun.
even before, during your time in the Blood Hunters, there was very much like, these are the bad guys. These are the things we have to kill. This is the stuff. And then you got into Platinum Watch. You started working with creatures and races of all kinds who had very different moralities, and you're like, huh. So Gold Dragonborn can absolutely be, like, evil raving dicks, and this one other werewolf over here is actually a pretty cool dude.
You guys hung out with a ghost for about half a year.
Oh yeah, and this ghost is actually not wanting to possess and kill everyone.
I mean, granted, the first thing Avok did when he met Merrick was attempt to possess him.
Yeah.
He also liked possessing horses, which it might say more about him, though.
We don't question Avok's persona.
Hey, you right?
Okay, so what do we do after we give these guys over?
So he goes ahead and lets you know that, and you all don't have to subtract the gold of this. I'm just, like, saying this for the purpose of, like, this, because obviously, like, your money resets. He lets you know that with the friends and family discount, like, it's basically, like, all of your rooms, which he lets you know that you can fit at most, like, 3 people in a suite. So with Gabe included, you basically have to get, like, 4 rooms. He lets you know that's going to be about, like, 8 gold a night. So it's 2 gold per room. That's not a terribly bad price. Especially considering that this is a higher end, like, hotel. Like, it's not 5 stars, but, like, it is, like, above modest. It's a very nice place to be.
Nice. 4 stars.
Like 3.5.
Merrick's gonna rate this place well on Yahoo.
Oh god, yeah.
Fantasy Yelp.
Yeah.
So y'all get up in your rooms and get situated. What is the rooming situation?
We'll probably put...
I will go ahead and let you know. Braun, Gidget, and Voland are going to be in a room because they are a squad.
Gotcha.
Right.
I say put them all in one room with Rando while we're gone.
They say that they're fine with that, but they are going to put, like, their individual effects, like, in their rooms, just
That's
like
fine.
It makes sense.
for when it is time for bedding down. Rando goes ahead and decides to like, bunk in the same room just for proximity's sake. For now, he says he's going to bunk in the room with Emric and Rose.
Okay.
And says that, whichever room has a free spot, because, there's 11 of you and you have 12 spaces, he says that will be his official room when he's not on, guard duty.
Yeah. Merrick's going to take a room with, like, a window that he can actually see out into, like, the area so he can keep eyes on the perimeter.
Gotcha. Who is Merrick rooming with?
You said we can fit 3. We can fit 3 people in a room.
Yeah.
Want to split men's and women's?
Sounds good. I'll take Gallus and Ichabod.
Ichabod, again, is a familiar. They are not, like...
Yeah, no, he's
He's part of the team, damn it. He's family.
He's from...
So Gabe is like, all right, cool. So I guess if you're splitting men's and women's, he looks at Rando and is just like, I take it you're gonna be bunking with the boys, and Rando's just like, yeah, sure, I guess when it's not, like, prevalent, I'll bunk with Gallus and Merrick. And Gabe's like, so is Gabe bunking in the empty room with the freshies, or hanging out with the paladin and the wing ladies?
We didn't think this through.
Not really, no.
Dude,
Gabe's fine with whatever. Gender's just a construct, man.
I love this game.
Society's what dictates those laws, not Gabe.
How do the ladies feel about this?
no.
That's
As much as
okay.
Vex loves the character, as much as Vex loves Gabe, no.
Understandable. I am a stranger.
Can we trade you the druid for the zombie then?
You think Rando's a better choice?
It's
For
Rando.
Rando's just like, Rando just looks at him and says, if it's fair, one of you is literally my sister and the other person is someone who, no offense, the only interest I have in is arcane knowledge sharing.
He likes cats.
And plus, most of the time I'm going to be spent babysitting anyway, and Braun again goes to speak up and then just like, nope.
Oh, so how long do we think we're going to actually be spending here in terms of sleeping?
We'll probably die before we get to a chance to sleep anyway, so...
Rando
Well-
gestures to what Tyler just said. He's like, thank you.
Or a reset could happen.
Yeah. Also, Yuza, you don't have to worry about Rando. He doesn't like girls with wings.
Also, I have like,
Interesting.
he thinks for a second, he
Check
goes,
it out.
I think he likes mushrooms and cats.
Okay, okay.
he goes, okay, alright. You know what,
You
this
know-
isn't dig it Rando day. I'm gonna put my shit in the room. And he just walks into the room that you and Yuza pointed at and just throws his bag in it and just storms off to where the recruits are.
Okay, so let's divide up the teams.
Make good choices, brother.
So who's in favor of splitting up and doing some recon? Gaz
Honestly,
puts his hand up.
I'm not in too big of a rush to storm the castle.
Yeah.
There were several points that I saw with Ichabod when we first got here. I think they could be very... They stood out to me. I think it's worth investigating them. They could hold some answers.
Not going to lie, I am very ready to storm that castle again.
I'd like to
But-
as well, but
That's what
Might.
Graves and his group does every time. And
I
every
know, that's
time-
what I was going to say. I'd like to scout around for information if possible.
Graves
And if you-
raises his hand.
Yes,
Yeah.
Graves.
Just as a question, like, I don't mean to pry or be like that guy.
Be off, by all means.
We have literally just invited a zombie to be a part of our crew, and serve as like a guide. Should we let him in on what we know? And he kind of like, as he says this, he kind of like taps his forehead and like looks at Yuza.
Why would we do that? He had zero problems coming this time.
He means as a guide. If
Maybe
might be your
accumulate
knowledge.
I was just thinking that if you did the glyph thing, maybe he'd be more useful. I don't know. I'll go to my room.
I mean, I kind of had the same thought as Graves, but I wasn't saying anything because, I mean, she just gestures to where he went. He's like, he just seems so happy.
It would be a shame to ruin that, but in fairness, he's died already.
That is true.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure if he knows what's going on, that's not gonna dampen his spirits. He probably go like, "Oh yeah, just another a chance at life, my dudes. Let's do this," and like
But-
we all go with the flow.
I'm just worried that for a little bit he might be confused like some of our companions were, because they've only been caught in this loop for a little bit. Who knows how long he's been in it? The same
I
with
would,
any of
I
the
would imagine as
townspeople.
long as it's been going.
Again, do we know exactly how long it's been?
No, but Tyler does have a point that I don't know who has a point, but basically he's been here since it started because we had to send a scouting team to investigate it.
That's a good
I-
point. He would be able to identify. He could tell us if anything weird happened before this went down.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
I mean-
My thing is, I just
I
say we
mean,
need to be
he-
careful who we do it to, because some people might. Tala just kind of
Spoilers.
makes like a cracking motion.
I mean, it
that
depends
vampire,
on
not good.
how this
Good
all
now.
started. If it was just a sudden realization of backwards in time, then yes, he could know something. If it was a set point and then some things happen, he should still have recollection of before that.
Like, let's say, for the sake of argument, a meteor struck down and hit a certain area, and then this shit happened. If
He would still have knowledge of that.
that's true. Hey, Gabe.
He should not be
yeah.
having any memories prior to this event.
Yeah,
to
what's
this
up?
event.
Do you know of anything weird that has gone down recently?
In like the last few days.
Yeah.
Last few what?
Right.
Days.
Shadowfell.
In the last like 48 hours.
Okay.
Have you seen anything strange?
In the last 48 hours. And he kind of like scratches his head. He's just like, No, not really.
Do you know of anyone in the town who would kind of be the best person to ask about like any ongoings? An information
Ooh.
broker.
Oh, information broker. I know two. Well, three technically, but one of them might not take kindly to you guys strutting in.
Any particular reason?
I didn't want to say anything because Gabe's all about chill vibes. Let people live how they live, But you guys are members of religious orders, yes? You'd like gestures to Merrick and Tala.
Technically speaking, yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how open-minded would you say you are, and how loosely do you cling to those tenets?
I mean, so long as the guy's not a worshiper of Asmodeus or Theros Dune, I think I can be pretty open-minded.
I'm finding that things are a little looser right now than normal, so I'm willing to go out on a little bit of faith.
Okay, we'll call it a 6. All right, I'm about it. Yeah, then there's 3. There is the Nachtjager or the Night Hunter. There is the Scarlet King. And then there's the Ogre. Just depends on who you want to. Well, I guess technically he was the Ogre. I think he goes by the. It's some kind of like really big monster that he calls himself, basically. Maybe the Oni or like the Troll. I don't know.
We'll call him Biggins.
Biggins. I don't know if he'll like that, but we'll just go with that. And if we meet him, we just won't call him Biggins.
I mean,
Big O is a good one.
we can just. worst case, we'll just kill him and start over.
Or he'll kill us and we can. throw him in.
Whoa! Hold up.
It's a metaphor, Gabe.
Right on.
You like kill the conversation, kill the deal.
Yeah, no, you don't have to
wait.
explain anything to old Gabe. I got you.
Wait, sorry, I forgot. Tala doesn't lie, so she would not say that.
Okay. What does Tala say then?
She goes, no, I'm sorry, Gabe. That's not
I kill the conversation or
what?
kill the deal.
Yes, what the commander said.
Oh, right on.
What is lies for Tala?
Yeah, no, we could definitely do that. Let me go ahead and mark on the map the locations of these information brokers. Which actually I am going to do this way because I found out you can just change the color by highlighting the X's and then doing that.
I legit forgot that I made where she can't lie for a second there.
That's cool, man. It's cool.
Sometimes you forget your oath.
Well, it's not even her oath. That's just a personal creed.
Oh,
That's right, you're ancients, not tenant. Not
Yeah, she does have an
Not
oath.
devotion.
That's not her oath.
Yeah.
Her oath, basically is like, oh yeah, my dad's a lying asshole. I don't want to be like that.
Okay, so which ones are the info
I'm
brokers?
assuming purple.
Purple is the information brokers.
Okay. Yellow is hotels.
Yellow is hotels. Blue is where the flare has been popped consistently. It's the meeting point for... It's basically where y'all are going to find Gabe every single time.
That's important for me.
The blue X is Gabe X, all right?
The one time that Gabe doesn't show up, that's when we panic.
That's when
Can
you're
I
like,
make
oh
the-
shit, the cycle's been broken, the reset ain't happening.
That's when we go to war.
But yeah, purple's information brokers. So there's the Scarlet King. There is there's the Scarlet King. There is the Ogre, is what Gabe called him. But you're not sure what his name is. Gabe just said that he calls himself some kind of big monster. And then last but not least, there is the Nachtjager, or Night Hunter. So yeah, those are 3 information brokers you can meet with. Gabe just goes, yeah, no, so the Ogre, Oni, whatever, Biggins, and the Nachtjager, pretty open-minded, kind of chill. They don't really mind selling information to whoever. They just kind of like, they're kind of those information comes with the price kind of guys. The Scarlet King's super open with information, but he has had a lot of paladins try and kill him over the years, so he's a little wary of them.
Oh,
Gotcha.
well, it's a good thing we don't have a paladin in the group. I kid.
If we want, I can go and meet with the information brokers.
I'm not a paladin.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, if y'all are chill and open-minded, he should be cool, no problem, but, like, he has had people try to kill him in the past.
I'm sure he's a lovely individual.
I mean, I think he is. He's a pretty cool dude. Throw some sick ragers.
Oh, then that's good. And you hear that, Commander? He throws sick ragers.
Yeah, we did this masquerade party this one time. It was pretty great.
So we're thinking, how many teams? 2, 3?
Yeah, no one goes out by themselves. This place is a death trap. We got vampires. Like, granted, I'm pretty sure like any one of us could take on a vampire, but it's more about how many
One-on-one.
vampires can one of us take on at once.
Yeah.
I'm willing to try.
Well,
Here's the thing:
for,
you can
for
only
you
attack.
two, it would be easy.
Yeah. Also, here's the thing: you can only attack twice in one turn, Tala. How many times can 3 vampires attack you in one turn?
Oh, I can take them.
So it looks like, just looking off the map, we have a few things that are immediately close to us. We have 2 structures and 1 information broker.
Within your immediate vicinity, like if we're talking a radius, there are 2 structures of import. Well, 3 if you count this one down here. Like within, you'd say roughly like a pretty even distance, and then 1 information broker. Close to this hotel is another information section of import, as well as an information broker. Honestly, like if you
This one
decide,
is surrounded by.
yeah, if you decide to change locations like on the next reset, this hotel would probably be optimal for like just be. It is literally in the heartbeat of the city.
Right.
And this one's kind of far away from everything except for Gabe. So.
Gabe Hall. Yeah.
Yeah.
In that case, does Gabe know anything about? Let me just get mine. About either of these 2? Does he know anything about those areas, or is that more of like we'd have to go there to investigate?
Do you want to ask him?
Yeah. Gabe, we know about these 2 sections here on the map that we have.
Oh yeah, what's up?
How do we know?
Yeah, I was about to say, how do y'all have a map?
I don't
Good
know.
Cause Ichabod took it on his smartphone. No.
Yeah, I was going to say,
don't
y'all don't know anything. These are just positions of import I've given to you.
Well,
Yeah.
Gallus sort of like called these
Yeah.
areas out.
I called out the structure, so I gave you a ballpark of what they would have looked like and what they are in the city. Aside from that, we kind of have nothing.
Gotcha.
I mean, to be fair, we also we probably went this way to go to the palace last time.
Yeah, likely.
We would, yeah, that would
No,
be
we
the
probably
closest.
have an idea of this at least.
Of which?
This one, the info broker up here.
Yeah, you would have seen that. It is a gigantic castle overlooking a lake. with a long
Also-
kind of like
also maybe
winding
this
driveway
one,
that leads up.
since- Also, maybe this one, given how often we come through here.
Yeah, I'd say that is it is a large open field with a circus tent popped up in the middle. It seems to be the site of a carnival.
That sounds fun.
And I'll say that you guys can see this one from like the way down. It is basically this gigantic like castle structure, like huge foreboding castle, built halfway. Like it's like it is almost two things in once. The bottom kind of section of it seems like some kind of like holy ziggurat, and then the upper section of it seems to be a castle, almost like someone took a religious structure and then built their shit on top of it.
Gotcha. In that case, I want to pose that Gallus and I will hit up one structure and one info broker, and Tala and you two can hit up another. Gallus and I are both pretty fast, so we can keep up with each other and move quickly. You two both have wings. You guys can maneuver much more freely than if we split that up. At least that's how I see it.
Can you cover more distance with your
What were-
wings?
What were Tala's new flying rules?
Her wings can be pulled out as a free action. They can remain out for 8 hours, and her fly speed is unimpacted. Like, it's no longer an action to summon her wings.
Okay.
I was actually gonna.
8 hours of flight a day.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna say though, Tala was thinking about maybe keeping her wings a bit hidden because he's not really sure how people are gonna be receptive towards Asimar around here.
That's fair.
That's a
I'm
safe
saying
bet.
if things kick off, you guys can just like
Yeah.
bamp up your wings and book it if you need to.
I mean, I
Meanwhile,
can't.
American and Gallus, they're both pretty fast individuals on foot because of his monk class levels, and Merrick's Merrick's lycanthropy gives him enhanced speed.
Don't Tala and Yuza both have a bit of movement spells as well? I know Tala has.
Y'all have some, like...
I got whatever you want.
Yeah.
You want polymorph, you want haste, you want fly. I got it.
Anything that isn't
Misty
enlarged
step.
reduced.
Yeah.
So long as that enlarged reduced,
by
I
the
gotcha.
way, I
That would not help her flying speed.
Yeah. By the way, I do have to posit a question. Are you all bringing Gabe at all, or no? Because if you are bringing Gabe, he cannot keep up with Merrick and Gallus if they are running full sprint.
That's
And
fair.
I can
that's
carry
fair.
him.
Gabe would be okay with that. Gabe's kind of chill. If you just want to like piggyback Gabe, he'll.
It's just a matter of will the wind pressure make him lose body parts on the way?
Merrick will fall behind at 5 feet and catch any parts that fall off.
All
Here we
right,
go. We have a plan.
solid fixture. Yeah. So where do y'all which information broker I guess is Gallus and Merrick hitting up, and then which information broker is Yuza and Tala hitting up?
So here's my thought, and by all means, tell me if I'm overstepping anything. Tala and Yuza, do you want to hit up the closer one or the farther one? Like, because whoever hits up this can hit up this section here.
I would imagine the faster people should go to the further one.
Okay, so American Gas will hit up these two here, and Yuza and Tala can take this one, and we might be able to converge.
Yeah,
on this
we'll
one
head
here.
we'll head to this one and check it out while you guys are doing these.
Yeah.
So Tala and you said this one, and the twins on these two, and we meet here, and then maybe eventually get to this one up here.
Yeah.
We might
Nope.
be.
Well, if we're
Yeah,
going
sure.
there, we might as well go there.
I mean, additionally as
Yeah.
well, you're not restricted. Like, you can investigate any of these after like a reset.
Yeah, Oyusa could come. We could all beeline it to here, and then fan out and get all 4 of these all in one go.
Yeah, you could just ignore those 2 up there and then get all 4 of those another time, since you now know everything on the upper bank except for those 2 that are close to the central hotel.
Yeah.
Commander, I was gonna make another suggestion regarding the potential of a reset.
Yeah.
What if we have the scouts meet us here if there is another reset, instead of going to the
Gabe's Hall?
area in which, yeah.
So long as they bring Gabe.
Yes, they have to bring Gabe.
We'll tell
Well-
Rando to relay that message.
That way it would save us time and we can do more investigation.
Rando relays that message, and then he responds as well, like, hey, real quick, if we're meeting up, like, are we meeting up at this hotel again, or are we meeting up at one of the other ones that Gabe pointed out?
We'll meet up, pending a reset, we'll meet up here.
We
At
know
the one at the lake. In the river.
So this has raised a point of confusion for me, the DM. So are you saying that, like, assuming a reset doesn't occur, you all are going to meet up at the hotel that you've literally just checked into? Or...
Yeah. If a reset does not occur, we will regroup here. If a reset
does occur, river.
we are
okay.
going to the river hotel.
Okay, thank you.
As our next rendezvous. My mistake. I misheard you.
Okay, yeah, okay. So then, yeah, that Rando understands that. He relays that to the group and says that they all have agreed. And you all are free to explore.
We'll use back. Right back.
I would like to do something before we head out.
Yeah, go for it.
I want... hold on, what's it called? I want to use my crystal ball.
Okay, what are you using it for?
To cast scrying.
Okay, who or what are you scrying on?
I want to attempt, because the modifier here could go any direction. I want to try and scry on that Gith that I potentially know.
Okay. Let me go ahead and pull up. So I'd say,
I don't need to know the modifier. I kind of don't want to know what modifiers would happen. Because otherwise that kind of answers some questions.
Okay.
Like if it ends up that the spell counts me as knowing the target well, I don't want to know that.
Just as a question, does it start at 10 and then modifiers are added or subtracted, or like how does this? Because it doesn't say; it just gives you modifiers.
No,
for the save.
it gives bonuses to his save.
Oh, okay. And then if he beats your spell save DC, got it.
Yeah.
Those
Those are bonus or penalties to his save.
I'm back.
So there's the knowledge save modifier and the connection save modifier. Okay, now that I understand how scrying works, hooray. Yeah, I'm all ready to roll. And what's your spell save DC?
This is one that I put in the Arcane Grimoire, so... It is a... Wait, is that proccing? My spell save DC says it's 19, but is that already proccing the Grimoire? Did I put that there? How would I put that there? Oh, right, I would put it here. Yes, I did, so it is a 19.
Okay, he rolled a 7. He fails.
Let's see what this guy's up to.
Yeah, you see a
No,
very...
that's possible.
You scry. It hasn't been too long since y'all got here. You see him outside the Raven Queen's palace, like he's at the front gate. By the way, if you did not know the Raven Queen's palace was there, like you knew of its physical location, you wouldn't be able to like make sense of what you're seeing right now, as you were basically looking at him standing atop a black marble staircase, basically standing over a void of nothing. It seems that whatever the Raven Queen's palace is like made of, or like what enchantments it has on it, completely renders it invisible to scrying.
Huh.
So if he goes inside, like you will no longer be able to track him. But since he's standing outside, like you can see him. He is accompanied by 2 individuals, one of which you just saw previously, Marduk Shadro. And you see another individual that you had not previously been privy to, who is now In full view, you see, scrolling down, here we go. You see a high elven man, slicked back, like, black hair, nice regal kind of noble cloak, wrapped around a set of, like, very fine clothes. He wears, like, very, like, dark grays and reds, and he seems to have elongated black fingernails, which is kind of a little weird. But he is just, like, looking around, like, very kind of, like, haughty looking elf, just like, like, very full of himself. And he's just, like, looking around, like, peering and gazing at, like, the outline. Marduk, of course, seems very self-assured, but you can tell that that is a front, because after having met the man and watched him die in 2 seconds, you know that he is inherently a coward. And so he is, like, very self-assured, but you can see that, like twinge of anxiety, and you see the Gith, black robes with these, like, dark gold accents, and, like, this hand-stitched transmutation circle on his back, so you believe that his clothes are in some way, like, enchanted. And he is wearing, like, a set of armor, and as he kind of, like, is looking around, like, he looks directly at your orb, and you hear him say, "No, that won't do." And he waves his hand, and your scrying just ends immediately.
Yeah, I figured as much. Not surprised he can see the invisible.
Yeah, it is probably safe bet that he can see, things that are invisible, and, is... Like, he did not seem notified, like, when your scrying went off, so it seems like he is not aware of when the spell gets cast on him.
He just noticed it.
Yeah, he noticed it because he can see things that are invisible.
What was I hearing while this was going on?
They were not talking.
They were not talking.
Yeah.
They were just standing around?
They were standing at, like, the front gate of the Raven Queen's palace, like, about to head in. Like, you literally caught them in the instance of them, like, about to open the front door, and he just happened to notice that before, like, he went in.
While we're doing this, can Merrick quickly ritual cast something?
You can ritual cast something, since you all have, like, some downtime before you're heading out.
That took me like 15 minutes, I'm sure.
And you said didn't recognize the elven man.
She did not.
Okay.
No, the one from my backstory was female.
You can give a description of the elven man if you would like.
Yes, I will.
Do
I
we
did
recognize that
tell
description?
It seems similar to someone you've met before, but there are key details that are wrong about this description, so, like, you're not sure who it could be.
Understood.
But you definitely know that if you saw the person, you would probably recognize them, because it just sounds so familiar.
Gotcha.
What do you mean
Merrick's
key details that are wrong? Like,
Elongated black fingernails, like, they had paler skin, black hair,
Like you're saying I'm recounting it?
as you recount it, like, and say, like, you know, this is, like, the angle of his face, this is, like, the expression he had, you know, like, this is the clothes he was wearing, like, to them, it almost sounds like someone they know, but they just can't piece it.
Hold on. Let me see if I have an illusion spell.
You have my new illusion.
I do not.
Dang it.
Myself. While that's going on, Merrick's going to cast Augury.
Okay.
A spell I know very little about, but Red insists that I take. I'm ritual casting it so I don't lose a spell slot.
It's the magic 8-ball.
Yeah. Casting by Jim laid sticks, rolling Dragon Bone, laying out one.
Basically, you flip a coin and it gives you.
Anything that happens within the next 30 minutes, I get an omen. But I specify one thing. Good result, bad result, both good and bad, or nothing. but the event has to happen within 30 minutes.
It's about a course of action you take within 30 minutes.
Okay.
So it's like
So it says the full wording is that you receive an omen from an otherworldly entity about the results of a specific course of action that you plan to take within the next 30 minutes. So what you would need to do is you would need to speak what you intend to do and then cast your augury.
Yeah. Merrick's going to...
Because the augury can only provide you insight into your specific course of action. Like, it's not like, aha, and then it just tells you, like, oh, yeah, man, good vibes are coming your way. Like, you have to ask it about what you're about to do.
Yeah.
like, I'm about to jump to Patterson. Don't do it.
Quick question. Which one is this info broker?
That is, he goes ahead and tells you that is, the Scarlet King. That's the one that he wasn't sure about, like, Tala and you going to visit.
Gallus and I will speak with the Scarlet King. Augury.
You get, Wheel and Woe.
Wheel and Woe, good and bad.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's play the mods.
He has an offer for you that you can't refuse. Okay,
Do you want to play my pet human? Is that...
ruling on illusion. I have illusory script. Am I able to do that with drawing pictures, or does it have to be writing?
It has to be writing. It has to be the written word.
Okay, then I have to use alter self.
Because script is the, like, key detail of that wording.
Yeah. I'd have to use alter self, which luckily I keep prepared in case, I want to turn into someone this wizard definitely recognizes.
Yeah, okay. You turn into the person from what you could see. American Gallus, looking upon the figure that Yuza now inhabits, you are looking at... You would think the person that you are looking at is Beralt Renalia, one of the former Court of 24. He was a Duke of Ravenrock. Was on the council. Within recent years, he actually gave up his seat to his brother Harold, who is the actual mayor of the Boneyard. You also know that he is a member of Eclipse known as the Crow.
Aha!
Well, I wasn't expecting seeing him here. Looks like he's fallen on hard times.
The Crow.
I will say this. Hard times would not be the word that would probably be chosen.
And the black fingernails just so look gross to Merrick.
Upon closer inspection, since Yuza did alter self, these are not like these whittled black things. These aren't chipped or disgusting. These are claws.
Oh fuck!
You are
right.
You are looking at what looks not like lycanthrope claws, but you are looking at what would be the claws of some sort of night creature.
Which is hilarious because using alter self, I can't change clothes.
Yeah, so this is Beralt Renalia in Yuza's outfit, but
Alt in drag.
very much so.
And you guys already know what the gift looks like.
With sinister features, but I will say he does rock that outfit quite well.
Oh yeah, Beralt is as a high elf, he just has the figure for a lot of clothing.
Does Merrick actually say that?
Yeah, that was Gallus.
Gallus.
That was Gallus. Gallus actually said that. Okay, I turned into Gallus. I don't have to catch it again.
Question.
I can just shapeshift for an hour.
Question.
Rip.
With alter self, you said that your clothes don't change. Are they confined by your mass? Because if so, Gallus will absolutely destroy Yuza's outfit.
Hold on.
Gallus, but beautiful.
It's Gallus, but 3 dress sizes is smaller.
Uses dress is just a muscle shirt.
Change appearance. You transform your appearance. You decide what you look like, including your height, weight, facial features, sound of your voice, hair length, coloration, and distinguishing characteristics, if any. You can make yourself appear as a member of another race. None of your statistics change. You also can't appear as a creature of a different size, and your basic shape stays the same. Anytime during the duration of this way, you can use your action to change your appearance in this way again. It doesn't say.
It sounds like though she would just be like a mini Gallus.
I would say if you choose to be exactly Gallus's size, you know that, like, I'm not going to make, like, Yuza be like, haha, you do this, then it's all funny. You are an intelligent person. You know that if you chose Gallus's shape specifically, you would destroy your clothing, so you choose a form of, like it's clearly Gallus's face, but the rest of the body is, like,
Just tinted green.
yeah, it's just, like, still a kind of, like, skinny form that would fit in your clothing, but it's like green.
Yeah.
But the face is very much like Gallus's head. It looks almost like a caricature.
Gallus just rubs his tummy. He's like, oh, I need more sit-ups.
Now that if we're done, sorry, turn back to Yuza. Okay, so if we're done with that,
Walker, there was one thing I wanted to try.
Yeah, go for it.
Tala's going to see if she can reach out to her deity to see if there's any presence of Soon in the city, or if they're caught off from even the spiritual realms.
Make a religion check.
God's caught in time loops.
What you said?
Make a religion check?
No, I mean, I was asking what it
No,
was.
I was making a joke. Oh, what's this? My
religions-
paladin's calling me. What the fuck is that? Oh shit!
That's a 23.
The DC was incredibly high for this, but I will say that your prayer
24.
gets through. As with you all trying to communicate extraplanarly earlier, you just get nothing but static back, with, like, a few garbled messages. Like, you hear, like, it's just like, and then you just hear, like, Tala, and then, like, it's just static again, and then you just hear, like, the word faith, and then just more static.
God, your God knows your name.
And you can feel, like, the presence of Soon in this city. Like, it's not strong. Like, it feels like this might just be, like, fringe practitioners.
Okay.
Okay, and one last thing I want to pitch to the party. Do I dare try to send this gift ascending?
I don't know. If
Because-
they don't have the same gift, if that we do, it might be best to keep the element of surprise.
I mean, the thing is, this gift should theoretically know who I am.
But your scrying didn't reveal that. It didn't out you.
I mean,
He just
You
knew
can't
that he
gen-
was scryed on.
yeah, you don't generally see who's scrying on you if you see a scrying
Also-
orb.
Would you be able to figure out if they are aware of the loop? Or-
If I sending them, there's a possibility they could tell me.
A shot.
I have reservations about it because it could let them. It
Yeah,
could potentially alert them of us, and they could make moves against us. It's hard to say.
For now, we should probably lay low. Gather as
mean-
much intel.
I mean, I will say, if he is in fact aware, then there is a possibility they already know of us because that knight
Yeah,
we saw
Logic
killed
Shadow saw us.
was with him. If
Oh.
they are aware of the loop, that knight is certainly aware of us.
True.
What
Unfortunately,
would you?
true.
What would you ask him?
I mean, the first question I would ask is, "Do you know who I am?"
Ah,
And from there, I'm not quite sure. There's a lot of options to that.
Maybe if we do recon first, that would give us questions.
It's a good point. We can ask question. Let's gather some intel, then we can hit him with the sending if we feel inclined.
Because we might be able to get answers we could ask him just by looking around.
Oh, by the way, to no one's surprise, the Raven Queen's castle is protected against divination magic.
I'm surprised by that. Though I shouldn't
am I.
be.
It's like just looking into the void of the astral sea. Except less starry.
Well, we're not gonna learn anything new just by standing around. Let's move.
Eric, should we
Go ahead,
pretend
Jack.
that you're my human pet when we talk to fiends or scary things?
I'm a werewolf.
That's a good point.
I love how abruptly this is like, I'm a werewolf.
You could hear the subtly unintentional racial incantation.
Yeah.
I like to think that because Merrick doesn't use it often enough, Gal just forgot.
Let me excuse
It's also an
me
excuse
while I
Merrick
pull the-
doesn't get to use very often.
I miss Avok. Avok never just assumed I was a human.
Excuse me while I pull my
My racial card.
Wait, does that mean I have to pretend Tala is my pet?
She can just pretend she's an elf. She can hide her wings.
Oh yeah, that's true. You look like an elf. I forgot. Normally I play human-looking ASMR. So forget that.
Concept: a tiefling-looking Asimar.
That would be awesome.
yeah, so y'all head out?
Yep.
Alright, so
I didn't realize I was muted. I was just talking. Sorry.
I'm sorry, dude.
Gallus and Merrick, you take Gabe and you go to the Scarlet King. Tala and Yuza, you head over to the fairgrounds. Yeah, we'll go ahead and start with the Gabe squad.
Woo!
Gabe.
How are you holding up, Gallus?
I'm good.
I mean, dying like that.
I just woke up. There was no time to process it. I choose not to linger on it. And how about you?
Well, since I was a kid, I figured I was going to die in battle. Didn't think a dinner table would be what got me. I just want to get everyone out of here.
Gabe, piggybacking onto Gallus, like, is just like taps a hand on your shoulder and just goes, "Hey, brother, life's full of unpredictabilities. You can't really beat yourself up about, death and the like. I mean, hey, look at old Gabe. 1 minute I was a proud knight and warrior in a king's army. Next, I was resurrected on a battlefield by a necromancer serving as his undead thrall. Then, a couple of years of, murdering and pillaging and, just generally terrible things that haunt me to this day. I got kicked into a portal into Shadowfell, broke the necrotic control, and hey, now Gabe's his own man again.
You're right, Gabe. We just gotta look on the bright side of things.
That's all I'm saying, brother. You just gotta, why linger on the bad when life is full of so many beautiful things?"
Gabe, I'm going to be real with you. I am leading an organization called the Silver Dawn Inquisition. Would you like a job with us? You are a paradoxical ray of sunshine, and I think the world needs more positivity.
I mean, hey, you already gave Gabe a job and a promotion. Just making the paperwork official would just submit the fact that I am no longer homeless.
You would be paid.
Hell yeah. Are you sure your guys are going to be cool with a zombie walking around? Like, I know that some people on the Prime Material are really not about that.
Let me introduce you to our Arcanist. He's a mind flayer.
Whoa, whew.
You're not a fan of mind flayers?
Not a fan of that, no. I mean, my brain's rotted, so that's expired goods, but Still don't like the idea of some beaky thing being able to suck out a dude's dome, you know?
Oh yeah, I get you. Don't worry. He's a vegetarian.
You've never actually talked to Thulnagan about that. You don't know.
Yeah, Merrick's saying this out loud. And he's realizing
You're making
fuck,
you're making a snap assumption.
Merrick's like he's sort of like as soon as he turns away from the conversation, Gas sees his face and go like, "Wait a minute, what does Thulnagan eat?"
Don't worry. One of the Arcanists actually used the data ghost.
I like to
Kinda.
imagine Merrick thinks that. Wait, what does he eat? And then he flashes back to a report he got of like eight comatose horses.
Well, not even 8 comatose horses. You just got like a report back, like, yeah. So remember that thieves guild that we sent, some Arcanists to investigate because they were trafficking magical items, for Eclipse. Yeah, they're all dead.
Also,
Apparently, the
you
group of
said that-
Arcanists didn't actually get to walk in. Thulnagan just went in. They heard screaming, and that was it.
You also said that he was a vegetarian. With someone who eats brains, that could be something very different.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I wouldn't.
There you go.
classify
You get it now.
I wouldn't classify it as meat.
Vegetables.
Yeah, I'll just point out. I think he would. I think Miss Hindle and him would be a good combination. Miss Hindle doesn't have the predilections that most other people have towards undead.
good idea.
I mean, hell yeah. I mean, like, that sounds pretty cool. And Gabe's always looking to meet new people. Speaking of which, and he just points up at the castle. He's like, "We're here now." He kind of hops off of Gallus's back, and Merrick, you bring him his left leg and arm that popped off during the running, and he just reattaches them and just goes, "All right, cool. So let's walk in again. Best manners, smiles on, and keep an open mind, because this guy will kill you if you don't."
I put my sword in my bag of holding, just putting that off sight.
You walk up to this castle. It is a towering Gothic cathedral structure. And it has all these strange, like, gears and tubes and pipes coming off it. Like, this is a very highly advanced structure. And you see, like, in these tubes, like, these tubes are not, like, for pumping, like, lubricant or anything like that. Like, these are pneumatic tubes, which are basically, like, used through suction and air to basically move missives around. And you see that they kind of, like, stretch out across, like, some of the small burrows within, like, the radius of the ziggurat. Like, these aren't, like, going across the entire city. But, like, as you all were walking up, you all did see, like, a few people, like, running out with packages and stuff like that, like couriers. And you thought it was just, like, a mail delivery service, but then you realized that this is how he manages his information network. This is... all these missives and things like that are basically communicates between him and his runners. And all these gears and things like that seem to be, like, the motorized system that runs these pneumatic tubes. And you see that there are a few other... if you want to make, like, an Arcana check, you can. For any other, like, strange, like, Magitech or Arcana Tech contraptions. But otherwise, like, this is just, like, the purview of as you walk up.
Oh, yeah, my Arcana's just like a 13, not that high. Merrick's probably just like, that's... I don't know enough about magic.
Would the Warlock like to make it... Well, would the certain number of levels into Warlock like to make a check?
Well, he
Absolutely.
has enough sorcerer levels to back this up.
Yeah, I think I'll use my wizard levels for this time.
I mean, I was going to say, do you just want to use your Artificer level?
Yeah, okay.
I do mean level, by the way. It is singular.
That's a 14.
Yeah, same as Merrick. You're just like, huh, that's magic. Mm-hmm.
It would be high if it wasn't for that negative modifier.
Yeah, he has a single artificer level, but somehow 3 different subclasses in it.
Red, I don't know how you convinced Walker to allow this, but thank you.
That was his idea.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I was like, listen, obviously make like your JoJo's character, but why not have fun with it and just throw some shit in? And he's like, can can I do Warlock? I'm like, yeah. Can I do 1 level of Artificer? I guess. And then he threw me his other multi-classes, and I'm like, okay, you gotta limit it down. You are only 14th level.
Yeah, we got okay stuff.
Yeah. So you all walk up, and there is this large, like, bright red mahogany door with these 2, like, wrought iron knockers, and an intricate kind of, like, knob handle type deal. But there's also, to the far right of it, a small black box with a red button on it.
Do we hit the button?
Look at Gabe.
Yeah.
Gabe's
we hit
like,
the button?
Oh, I mean, like, I've always just knocked, but, I've never pressed the button. You want to press the button? Live a little?
Let's just knock for now. And Gallus will knock.
There is no response.
Right button it is.
Gabe's like, all right, yeah, button time.
Hey, would you like to do the honors?
Oh, no, I couldn't. I mean, you guys just gave me a job. I feel like I'm your employee. Like, I mean, obviously, like, you're the boss. You should ring the button.
Okay, if this kills me, I'm gonna be real pissed. American Ring hits the button.
Oh, yeah, you press the button, and then you hear these large orchestral, like, organ chimes. Like, doom, 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 doom. You know, like, just like you would, like, a doorbell.
It's a doorbell.
And
I was really expecting Metallica's "For Whom the Bell Tolls" to start playing.
No, I've got that saved for something else. Yeah, so the doors fly open, and there's this wide foyer of polished marble, long red carpet that leads to, like, a large, like, circular red carpet in the middle, and then proceeds up to a long staircase with gold handrails that move up to a second floor, and you see, like, all these, like, tapestries and portraits hanging around the place. These strange, like, brass Arcanatech, like, tubes and other things that seem to be, like, pushing steam through the house. And as you all walk into the foyer, like, the door closes slowly behind you, and you all are just kind of, like, looking around, before, from the shadow behind a pillar, a man walks out. He is, you would say, roughly, 5'11". He appears to be a human man, pale skin, slicked back, black hair, a single white streak, brilliant amber eyes, wearing very fine clothes, with, like, kind of some nice draped coattails, and fine leather boots, and a long cape that is black on the outside, crimson on the inside, with a little bit of a cuffed collar, and a golden clasp that has a family insignia on it. And he just looks over and goes, "Ah, yes, hello, what can I do?" And he sees Gabe, and he just goes, "Ah, Gabriel, it is such a pleasure as always to see you." And he kind of, like, does a little bow, and Gabe's like, "Oh, yeah, I mean, rock on, bro." And he's like, "Ah, yes, bro." Quaint. And who are your friends? And as he says friends, like, he sees Merrick's symbol of Palor, and he just goes, he just, like, hisses a bit and, like, backs up, and he just goes, sorry. That wasn't very polite. Gut reaction, sorry. Did not mean to do that. I would assume that Gabe has not led you to my doorstep without explaining in full detail, more or less, what my previous experience with members of Holy Orders has been. I will just ask you a simple question. Are you on the level? Are we going to have a problem?
We are not here to kill you, no.
We are not looking for a fight. We are just simply looking for a conversation.
Conversation that I can provide. I am more than happy to be of assistance in these endeavors. Pretty would you all care for a cup of tea?
I think I'm good, thank you.
He looks at
I will
Gallus.
have one.
Ah, excellent. Gabe, and he goes, man, you know I can't eat or drink, but, yeah, Gabe will take some tea. What you got? And he goes, well, I just got in some lovely black tea from the material plane. I just imported it from a place called Elran. It is actually quite flavorful and delicious. I did have to kill a goblin clan to get a hold of it because they were pirating it from ships, but it is delightful. And he kind of like leads you off the foyer into a small like conference room. There's a large round table, and he sits kind of like at the head of it. And you begin like watching as he's just moving like a single index finger, but you watch as a complex series of mage hands begin to move and prepare this tea. As he's like casting multiple like cantrip level effects very quickly. And as he finishes up prepping the tea, like he pours you a cup Gallus and pours Gabe a cup in like these nice little like china saucers, and he goes, "Would you care for cream or sugar?" I don't know if like you add like milk to your tea. I did a while ago, but I don't do that anymore.
I'll just take sugar.
Okay. And he mage hands a little like thing of sugar over to you, and Gabe's like, again, I don't really drink, brother. I'll just take it as is. He's like, excellent. On to business. Not many people come to the Scarlet King without some form of reach or reprieve, so I'm happy to provide whatever information you all may request. Information trade is my business. I think that enlightening people through knowledge is the greatest gift that any one person can provide.
Fantastic. We're new to the area, so we just wanted to ask a couple questions. Just get our bearings, if you don't mind.
Yes, of course. I can provide any bit of information you would like to have.
Have you noticed anything strange happening the past few days?
And he seems to think for a second. And he is like processing information, but you can tell like there is a make an Arcana check.
Will this be Arcana or Insights?
This will be Arcana.
Oh wow! I actually had a good roll. Where are my skills? Plus 1, 16.
17 for Gallus.
So this didn't come up with Gabe previously when Yuzo was like asking him questions, because Gabe is Gabe. But this person is a highly intelligent individual, and you can tell that they are attempting to process information prior to days past, but they seem to be blocked. Like, they cannot think past a certain point chronologically, and they come to that realization, and they go, that's not right at all. How many days?
2, 3. How far back can you recall?
He begins to think, and he goes, I only seem to have memory stretching back up to about 48 hours, so that means that... And, like, he seems to think, like, he knows his own past, and, like, he understands certain events that have happened, but there is, like, a mental block between when he was pulled into the space as well as days prior. So basically, like, the time lapse that he's interacting with is when the temporal anomaly took over his palace, basically, he became a part of that series of days. So he basically has two conflicting sets of memories that are not adding up. Like, he has memories of what happened, like, he has memories of what happened before he was pulled into the anomaly, and then he also has the memories within the anomaly, and they are not, like, adding up. And he's like, hold on. And he blinks twice, and you watch as his eyes narrow, and they go from kind of like a like brilliant amber to like a dull gold, and he kind of like looks over the both of you, and he goes, oh, I see. very well. And he traces the rune, like you see one of his claws pop out, and he like traces the rune that Yuza traced, and he slaps his table, and you watch as like this wave of like golden energy erupts. His eyes roll back in his head and go white. Gabe likewise is just affected by this. And it's just like his eyes roll back and like they both kind of come to. And,
well, we were going to make you in on that.
And he is like, and Gabe is slowly like processing this new plethora of information, whereas like this dude seems to process it in like no time at all. And it's like, right, okay, I have.
So yeah, that's been going on.
Been trapped in a temporal anomaly that is consistently resetting with no way out, and it seems that it will continue to expand and grow until it consumes all things across all planes. Very well. This is some high-level magic that has been tampered with. Whoever has cast this does not know what they are doing.
I think this may have been the result of like.
This is not the result of
to make time loop, or
I'm finished.
This was sorry.
This is not the intention. I believe that what they were trying to do is capture a moment in time, and what they accidentally did is essentially capture much more than what they were attempting to, and the problem that they are encountering is that the container, essentially, as he gestures like to the wall of the city, like where the anomaly is. Now, granted, when y'all saw the anomaly, like it was basically like kind of like this opaque, fuzzy, like you could see through it, but it was just very hazy. So it wasn't like fully opaque. Golden like force barrier. But from the inside looking out, you realize that you don't see that. Like, the rest of the Shadowfell just looks normal to you. And he says, right, so it is, the container, the vessel, is expanding at a remarkable rate and is continuing to consume things around it. I believe as well that people who have fled from the anomaly, who inevitably have been pulled into it, are being pulled to the point they were on the day the anomaly was cast. That would explain why my memories do not line up, as it were. And I have been locked in my castle. Granted, I would never leave, even if I saw such an anomaly. My castle has many different wards and magics, but apparently they were not strong enough to prevent being dragged into this space. It is just so all-encompassing. It is a magic that is very much wild and has no control. The caster is no longer in control of their spell.
Is there anything we can do to break the spell? Like, what
Kill the caster.
to accomplish?
Oh, sweet.
Is what I would say would be my first gut instinct. However, considering the cycle has reset multiple times, that would mean that the caster has more than likely died or certain criteria has been met that is causing this loop to happen. So I would say that this is probably the result of a grand ritual, and if you break the ritual points, that would then break the hold the caster has over the spell, and then when you kill them, that would then dispel the magic. Right now, I would say the reason that it has the power it has and it is growing and gaining momentum is that the caster has performed a grand ritual, and they are currently failing.
Rewind a little bit. Ritual points.
Yes, a magic of this level would take multiple sites of ritual casting, and I can safely say that the barrier has probably expanded past those points.
If we destroy those points, would that weaken the spell? Allow us to end the cycle?
It will slow the expanse of the vessel. Once you destroy all the ritual sites, it will completely halt the progress, and then if you kill the caster, it will destroy the vessel that we are contained within.
Now, question.
Yes.
Would these ritual points, if destroyed, reset? if a reset were to occur.
He thinks about this because that is a excellent chronological question.
I mean, it doesn't have to happen on the same.
Round.
I would say that if all ritual points
Run.
are not destroyed before a reset occurs, that will in turn reset the ritual points. Additionally, it raises another quandary as to whether or not, like, what is the triggering factor for a reset? Like, what causes these resets to occur? And I feel that if you know that, that will give you an insight into the fastest way to disrupt these ritual points and end the cycles.
If there is a single thing that is triggering the resets.
For example, the death of the caster.
Any spell is a nature of cause and effect. It is action and reaction. So when you conjure forth a spell through the Arcanum, it has an intended effect, but you provide fuel for the fire. If this vast ritual's goal is to trap a single moment in time, then that moment that occurs is most likely what causes the reset.
So, for example, if the moment they wanted to capture was someone's wedding vows, the moment that the bride and groom would finish their wedding vows, that would trigger the reset.
Yes. So essentially, if you speeding up the reset point would affect nothing. Say if it was the death of the caster, if you killed the caster, all that would do would trigger a reset. So if you find what specifically causes the reset, preventing it will give you more time, and disrupting the ritual will outright untether that point as a constant in our timeline.
That's good to know.
You happen to have a map of the city.
Several, yes. I have collected many things over my lifetime. Do you wish for the current map? Blueprints, catacombs, layouts?
The current map would be best.
Comes as well.
He snaps twice, and you watch as this a figure you have seen before walks in. As the figure of... Wait, where'd I put it?
Kilcreath?
As Antoine Kilgreave walks in holding a bunch of scrolls and maps, and he sees you all and he goes, "Hi." He goes,
Hello, Kilcreath.
and he's just kind of like shocked that you know his name, and the Scarlet King's like, "Oh, you've met. Yes, this is Antoine
Yeah.
Kilgreave. He is my scribe. He is the assistant to my scribe boy."
To your what?
So I have a head scribe, right, who serves me directly. Then he has assistant scribes. Then he has junior scribes, and then there's the scribe boy, who are just vampire orphans, basically. Like, they are vampires who are permanently stuck at the age of which they were turned, which is a child, who serve as kind of like my couriers and farriers of information. And then there is Kilgreave, who is an assistant to one of these vampire children.
You were talking mad shit during the last reset.
Kilgreave is like very confused by this. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And he's like, so he hassled you during a prior engagement, yes?
It's no big deal. We were able to stand our ground, scare him off.
He goes, I've never met these people before in my life, boss. I don't know what they're talking about. Do you want the maps? And he goes, no, hold on. I'm actually quite interested in this engagement. So you said that you intimidated him into fleeing.
Yes.
Pretty much, yeah.
He turns to Kilgreave. Did you attempt to stalk them? And he's like, did I attempt to what? And he looks at the glyph and he goes, I'm not wasting a glyph on you.
Yes, he did follow us, yes.
That's great. I will get your opinion in a second. So, if these people, let's picture this as a hypothetical. And Kilgreave is looking like very confused and very concerned. He goes, let's pitch this as a hypothetical, Kilgreave. If you, an information farrier, decided to attack someone in the city, decided to lay claim to their life, is that, I'm assuming that was the instigating event?
Yeah.
So you killed someone, right? You kill a person who has done you no wrong. What was your motivation for this? And he goes, I haven't done anything. Boss, these guys are lying. And he looks at you all and he goes, no, I don't believe they are. So, and he looks at you, Gallus, and he goes, now I will ask your opinion. What purpose would he have for killing someone?
I believe he said he was hungry.
And he looks at Kilgreave, he goes, have I not provided for you, Kilgreave? And he stands from his chair, like, slow and looming, and you feel Kilgreave shrink as the shadows in the room grow and stretch. All the flames in this room now are extinguished as he stands, and he goes, tell me, Kilgreave, have I not provided for you, sated your hunger, brought you in off the streets? With what condition did I ask you when you charged yourself to my service? And Kilgreave begins to stutter and stammer, he can't form sentences. He goes, that's right. I said that if you joined me, no harm would fall to the innocents of this city, the city under my protection. This is my domain. This castle may be my home, but this city is mine. You see the fangs extend from this human gentleman. His eyes go full brilliant gold, and he digs his claws into the table. He goes, Kilgreave, small, insignificant, screaming child. You... And you watch as the shadows recede, and he just shrinks back and falls into his chair. He goes, not worth my time. You will leave the scrolls, and then you will take your band of ruffian friends, and you will leave my protection and service, and what happens to you next is of no concern of mine. And Kilgreave is, visibly shaken, cold sweats, he goes, now, Kilgreave. Scrolls on the table. And Kilgreave tentatively sets them on the table, and he just goes, get out. And he's just slowly backs away in fear. And you watch as the vampire just goes, so sorry about that unpleasantness. I don't mean to. I don't like raising my voice. I have devoted my life to study and collection of information and the free sharing of knowledge and arcanum. I have a simple understanding of my people that if they join my conclave, that I can give them the cure of everlasting life, but in doing so, they must not harm the flesh of the innocent. I believe that there are easier ways for vampires to attain sustenance than by barbaric acts of savagery. That being said, you may excuse me some unpleasantness. This will not end well. And he pulls out a small phone from under the table and goes, yes, this is me. I need solution number 34 brought up and administered immediately to Antoine Kilgreave and his associates. Please close the doors to my conference room and alert the brood. And he puts the phone down, and you watch as two vampires walk over and they close the doors. And a few moments later, you hear what can best be described as just the screams of someone in great pain, followed by shouts of terror and the full frenzy of a vampire pack out for blood. As whatever has happened to Kilgreave and his associates on the other side of this door is a mystery to you, but not much is left to the imagination with the sounds you are hearing.
Gotcha. I don't think I actually got your name, so...
I prefer to go by the Scarlet King. It makes business more easy. But seeing as I have your disadvantage as you have introduced yourselves to me,
Well, really, we haven't given you an. I don't think we actually introduced ourselves by name.
no, I believe that Gabe, Gabriel,
Oh, right.
Gabriel is the only one who I know here at this table. I actually never caught your names. If you will give me your names, and any like, of course, I have called myself the Scarlet King, so that is a title. I will say if you give me your name and your title, I will give you my name, since I have already given you my title.
That's fair enough. Mayor Gilda, the Dawn Wolf.
Gallus Mogulas, Watcher 13.
Excellent. I am. Oh man, he actually like he drops the formality for a second. He goes, "It has actually been centuries since I have spoken my true name." Very well. As he leans back in his chair and, God, where? Hold on, I actually had a name for this guy's. Here we go. Yeah, he leans back in his chair and he goes, "Where are my manners? I am James Alphonse Silus Westcott Hargrove, the Scarlet
Yeah.
King."
Knew it! Oh.
For a time, I went by Jim the Weaver. Did not work out the way I wanted it to. It sounded ominous and cool, but the Scarlet King, I believe, works better as
Yeah,
I...
probably for the best. There's like a Jim the Weaver. There's like marionette shop back home in the Platinum City. Branding would have been weird.
Branding would not have been weird. I actually gave them a cease and desist order a couple of years ago. I subpoenaed them, and they fought me for it, and apparently, because I never trademarked my name, they got full custody rights of Jim the Weaver, so I lost out on that, and so I burned their family to the ground. The storefront I left as a monument to all who would defy me. That store is actually... I don't know if you've ever actually been in that shop. It is fully run by vampires. They are all my people.
Damn it. I've been there actually. They actually helped me fix up my outfit here.
Oh yes, everything that we have is the finest garments and accoutrement that could be possible. I actually have a place on the Prime Material. It's a nice little summer cottage out in the Unterlands, where I keep and raise beasts of, fine textile, sheep, cows, things like that. And so all of our clothing is actually like the finest cotton, wool, leather, spider silk that you could ever ask for.
Anyway, I hate to pull you away from this topic, but
Oh yeah,
back
sorry.
to the topic of these
Clothing.
maps.
As you know what they say, the manners maketh the man, and clothing does helps too. I don't know, remember the saying. Someone said it to me before they attempted to bar fight with me, and it did not end well for them, as I am a vampire.
And a mage, apparently.
Oh yes, I started out in sorcery, but over time I branched into wizardry after I had attained my vampirism.
So on this map, if you were to perform a chronomancy ritual like this, where would you set up these kinds of ritual sites, these markers?
It depends on where the central... It would depend primarily on where the epicenter of the ritual was intended to occur. If you have the epicenter, or if you can triangulate where specifically you think the effect was intended to take place, you can then work backwards and find things. Usually, any ritual of advanced chronomancy relies on the 12 clock points. It relies on 12 sites centered around what would be the epicenter of a clock face. And of course, it will draw power primarily. Depending on which moment you intend to capture, there are two things you must keep into consideration. A clock has three hands: the second hand, minute hand, and hour hand. And so the hour hand will be the large effect, what you intend to occur, and that will be where whatever the hour hand is pointed to, that ritual site will be the largest concentration of Arcanum. The second hand will be pointed at one of the 12 clock points that is intended to be essentially the power source for your ritual. What is the component of it? And the minute hand, which is the effect, will be pointed usually most rituals are pointed either due north, west, east, or south of the ritual point, and are decidedly about what effect you wish to occur. Since this is considered a stasis, I would say it would most likely be pointed to the north of the ritual site. So, most likely the 12 on the clock face would have the minute hand. Finding out where the hour hand and second hand are pointed will help you in disrupting the ritual, because the first thing you will want to do is break the second hand's control, and that will allow you to break the other ritual sites.
We have to break all 12.
You have to break all 12. So first, you would want to break the second hand. Then you will break 3 additional sites. Then you'll wish to break the hour hand. Then you'll break 3 additional sites, break the minute hand, and break the final sites. And that will disrupt your ritual.
And what if the center of this is the Raven Queen's Palace of Memories?
Then you will very much wish to know the direct and accurate location of where this ritual is occurring, because that will determine where your sites will be, because varied levels of elevation can also affect the ritual in some way.
Okay, so 12 clock points, 3 hands, the hour, minute, and second hand. Is that right?
Correct.
The hour hand points at the largest moment. Is that right?
Merrick's writing all this down.
The hour hand points.
Just user here.
The hour hand points at your desired effect.
Desired effect.
So basically, it will point to the exact hour that the effect is intended to occur. Large chronomancy rituals are very much about precise timing, as much as they are about power. So if you say intended to capture a moment in time, that's much like this one, then again the minute hand would be pointed north at the 12 hour. You would wish to ensure that, say, if you wish to stop the clock right at 4 p.m., you would want to make sure that the hour hand of your spell was at 4. So that would be the concentration of your effect, which means that when you cast your ritual, you will want to ensure that your desired effect occurs exactly at 4 o'clock. Right at 4, no later than 5, and that will ensure the desired effect occurs.
Minute hand is at the power source.
Minute hand is at the... So depending on the effect, again, the hour hand, your minute hand will then point at one of the 4 cardinal directions, which on a clock face would be 12, 3, 6, and 9. If it's 12, the desired effect will increase in power. If it is at 6, you are diminishing a pre-existing effect. If it is at 3, you are shifting a sequence of events, much like a paracausal shift. If it is at 9, you are reversing a set of events. So seeing as they are increasing the level of stasis, it will be at the 12.
Okay.
So stasis is the effect, and whatever time it was intended to occur will be where the hour hand is pointed. Whereas the minute hand, which will be pointed at 12, is designed to increase the effect of the stasis.
Okay.
Then the second hand is going to be pointed at the power source. Usually the second hand is exactly opposite the hour hand.
Okay, I got those two mixed up. Thank you.
My pleasure. I am here to serve as a conduit for information.
Speaking of, at the risk of shooting myself in the foot, does this information come with any price?
Why would it?
Just know some people can be very bargainy with information.
He just sighs and rolls his eyes at that, and he's like, I used to have a lot of people that I traveled and worked with who were very much tit for tat, favor for favor. I don't see the point in not doing things of goodwill, and my thought process is this: I will give information freely to anyone. I have no qualms with who I provide my information to, so long as they are of an open mind. If that person intends to ever use that information on me, or use it to hurt people, enslave people, or generally make life miserable for others, I tend to kill them. And usually in very brutal ways as an example to those who would defy my generosity.
All right.
Thank you very much.
My only, I guess, stipulation, I like I said, no, I don't think that things should come with a price. My only stipulation is that if you ever find yourself in the Shadowfell again, or find yourself perused by one of my kind, if they bear, and he taps his insignia on his cloak, if they bear my insignia, let them go about their business. Do not trifle or bother with them. If you find another vampire out in the wild, you are free to kill them. Not all vampires serve me, but vampires are the majority of my agents. Of course, obviously, I do need people that can travel in sunlight, because vampires can't. So I do have other agents that I've recruited to my calls over the years. But typically, my only goal is the furthering of evolution. So long as people allow me to freely give information and enlighten those who would be normally deemed ignorant, and let me go about my business, I have no problem letting them be. Those that would trifle with my business or disrupt what I do in any way, those are my enemies.
I don't think that's a problem with us. Is it, Commander?
No, not that I can think of at the moment. Right now, all we want is the anomaly resolved.
Of course, and I am more than happy to provide my assistance in this matter. But again, apologies upon our first meeting. I have not had guests of Paylor in my house for some time. The last time they were here, they actually did not try to kill me, but I do have... There is just something primal, I guess, in my nature that in regards to the sun. So I am always on my guard when they come about. But I mean, a long time ago, I would say during the Third Age, there were clerics of Paylor that tried to kill me, and it was right at the height of the Arcanum convergence. So all of their magic went out in an instant, and so did mine. But I have the primal ferocity of a beast, so I mauled them all to death.
I'm sure the Paylor followers that you encountered weren't like me, and I just sort of like turn my hand slightly into a claw just before bring it back. Werewolf.
I could smell it on you when you came in. Your mark bears different than most other werewolves. Werewolves in general have a scent of... There are two scents. There's a scent of either sadness or a scent of primal ferocity. The sadness is of one who did not wish to be turned into a werewolf and regrets or often despises or loathes their bestial form, whereas those that smell of bloodlust are those that revel in the primal savagery that they have been granted. But of course yours smells different. Yours, of course, has this scent of sadness, but it also reeks of rot and of hope. Rot, I assume, would be the hunter's draught that was forced upon you by the Bloodhunter Order, and hope being the... he just takes another smell of the air. He's like, ah, you are a champion of Paylor. That I haven't seen in quite some time.
Weirdly enough, I don't think the hope comes from that. Someone else who rekindled my faith.
No, I understand. I was that was not the implication. The hope, of
I
course.
was being
Poetic?
sentimental. Pardon me. Yeah. I'm a helpless romantic at heart.
All right. I mean, I enjoy a good book.
But thank you, Mr. Hargrove.
He stands and bows, and goes, He looks at you, Gallus, and he goes, "Please finish your tea."
It's quite wonderful.
No, I mean, you'll want to finish your tea. It is going to take some time to clean the outside room. I will be right back. And he steps out and closes the doors behind him, like, being very careful not to let you all glimpse outside. You can make perception checks if you want, by the way, but I, like...
You want Gallus to...
Merrick's seeing a lot of shit.
24.
Merrick's just like, yeah, I'm good. I don't need to see this today. Gallus, yeah, the room is just, like... There is blood in places that you're like, how did that get there? But you look at the dismembered forms of Antoine and all of his kind, like all of his people. The one thing that you notice about them is that their skin is kind of lush in color, almost as if whatever vampirism that they were previously possessed with was revoked, like their humanity was returned to them.
I kind of figured because we had a conversation.
So yeah, he you could safely assume that he, given the general nature of thing, he returned their humanity to them and then sicked all of his vampires on them.
I love it. Yeah, you love to see it.
You love to see it.
You love to see an R-rated vampire fight.
Yeah, we just saw Blade, essentially.
We saw the opening to Blade.
You saw Blade in reverse.
Oh my god, yes we did.
Yeah.
I don't think I have any more questions for James.
Neither do I. Merrick does look over at Gal, like, give it a couple of hands. We might rethink, see if he can lend a hand in the fights.
He said he won't. He said he won't leave the castle.
Yeah.
But it may be worth asking him if he has any agents who may be helpful.
Yeah, get some of his guys out into the field, searching for those anchor points. See if he can get us started on some leads. Even maybe disrupt some of those sites for us.
As you say, disrupt some of those sites for us. Gabe finally speaks up as you assume this entire time y'all have been talking. He's been processing this information. As he just finally goes, "Whoa, far out. Actions have no consequence. Nothing matters."
That is the accurate message to take from this game.
Not
Yes.
the way
Gabe
I
has
would've
discovered
gone.
nihilism.
I mean, I was just like, give like, not the way I would have gone with it, but sure.
This zombie can proudly say that he went into the Raven Queen's castle and lived to tell the tale.
He just goes, "Rad. So yeah, I guess like our actions hold no karmic consequence. That's that really kind of harshes the vibe, but
Don't worry, we're going to fix that.
I think in the grander scheme of things, you know, this is the true telling of a person's character. Given the ability to do anything and everything with no impunity, will they be an absolute bastard, or will they continue to, you know, go along the selfless path? And hey, man, Gabe's here for the long haul." As he offers a fist bump to Merrick, he goes, "Bring it in, brother."
Merrick fist bumps.
All right, Gabe's here for the long haul.
You're promoted to Petty Officer Master Chief.
So, by the way, I was really out of the conversation earlier. Am I just... When... y'all did a lot of internal conversation, so... My question, I guess, is, like, if we all reset again, I guess that's what y'all have been calling it, where do we meet up?
Whenever the reset happens, we meet at the hotel on the lake that you pointed out.
Ah, sick. Chateau de Lac. I'm familiar. I know the I know the innkeeper there too. He used to, well, not the innkeeper. I mean, he became the innkeeper. He started out in the kitchen staff. But when the actual innkeeper was torn apart by aboleths, the head cook took over, man, and we're tight.
Are those in the water?
I mean, some of them usually they hang out in the bay, but one of them came up the river a while back, and he did some mind control and some terrible stuff and just ate a bunch of people. So like the ogre, the Scarlet King, and the Nachtjager all teamed up and fucking killed him. His body's on his body's on display in the town square.
I gotta get t-shirts from that freaking.
Oh hell yeah! And he like lifts up the t-shirt that he's wearing, and underneath is "I saw the aboleth." It's another t-shirt.
I love it.
Oh, I got tons of these, dude. And he lifts up the "I saw the aboleth," and it says, "I visited the Scarlet King and lived."
You're telling me James has a gift shop?
Yeah.
James has a gift shop.
If you had the ability to market on the fact that you were the vampire king who basically ran a city, would you not capitalize on the revenue of that?
Gallus has a few shopping trips to make before they leave the Shadowfell.
That's the best thing too, is they pay him taxes and then he charges them at the gift shop. It's a win-win.
So American Gals just kicked in the door to the mayor's office without an appointment and was just like, "Hey, we want to talk." And she's like, "Cool."
User take notes.
Yeah, James is a cool dude. Like he's not. He's reached the end of his evolution. Like he doesn't have to be bothered with the trifling minutia of adventuring. He is at the apex of what he is designed to be.
In that case, before we leave, America's just going to ask if they can make use of his scout network for the purposes of breaking this cycle.
You wish to make use of the postal service? Yes, I can offer you that. And as he claps his hands, a gnome runs up. This is the first time that I think either of y'all have ever seen a vampire gnome. He just kind of looks like a fucking gremlin. His hair's just wild and crazy, like he's like just scuffling along on all fours. As he gets up, he's got pale skin, like very like shark teeth type fangs. He goes, "Yes, master!" As he goes, "All right, Damien, you're going to have to dial it back. Like right now, you're at 12. I need you to be at 4." And he goes, "Damien can do this, yes." He goes, "Okay, still, I believe you remember Gabriel." And he goes, "Yes, the Gabe of the t-shirts." He goes, "Damien, we've talked about social skills."
He reminds me of a bloodhunter who took to the lycanthropy a little too eagerly.
As Damien looks at you, he goes, "Damien has feasted of the wolfkin's flesh, yes." He goes,
"Good for you, buddy. Good for you."
James just progressively having like the fucking concerned face, just.
Yeah.
America's not like America's like, if he starts nibbling at my ankles, I can defend myself, but I'm trying to be polite in front of the info broker.
As you are
are
thinking this, Damien kicks a shoe off his left foot and begins scratching behind his ear with his left foot, and James is just like, "All right, I'm putting a stop to this right now." Damien, he goes, "Yes." He goes, "If you will not stop and dial it back, I will have to put you in the pit." And he goes, "Damien will behave. No more dark nights in the sunless place." As he goes, "Okay, again, you're making it sound worse than it is. I just wanted to know if you could speak with the postmaster and just loan his services to the Silver Dawn Inquisition for the time being." And he turns to you, American, and he goes, "Now this is actually, there is a bit of contention here, because my services I am happy to provide at no cost. However, you are asking me to divert government assets to your cause. Perhaps we can set up an arrangement. as of course I am an information broker, a trafficker of knowledge, could we work out an arrangement where I could meet with some of your arcanists and discuss the advancements that you've made in magic or magitech?
Certainly.
Obviously, I understand that you will be it'll be at your discretion, like obvious.
I'm
like,
under a few NDAs at the moment, but what we can divulge, I'm sure you would be very keen to see.
Yes, we'll just set it up as an IOU, and I will arrive and discuss further plans.
Our character, the idea of James with Merrick's tank schematics is a terrifying idea.
I don't think he'd be interested in those.
I agree, but just like that combo itself would. Like,
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Especially considering that all the spells he knows now are like of, 9th level and lower. Like he's fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
And he just looks at Damien and goes, "Right, so speak with the postmaster." And he goes, "Oh," and he goes, "Damien," he goes, "Will Damien have to go to the place, the sunless place?" He goes, "That depends. You've dialed it back from a 12 to like an 8. What's the problem?" He goes, "Damien has eaten the postmaster." As he goes, "Damien, what the fuck?" Like, literally, what the shit? As he, like, covers his mouth, he's like, "I'm so sorry," like, language. Why? The postmaster called Damien a mangy hound, and so Damien showed him the wrath of a mangy hound. As he's like, who's the postmaster now?" And he goes, "Damien can be your postmaster." As he goes, "Nope. That's... Alright. Summon Varrock, and I will elevate him to postmaster, and we'll go ahead and work this out." He turns to Gallus, because, Storm is BRB. He turns to Gallus and goes, "I am so sorry. I promise this is not normally how my information network works."
Oh no, it's no trouble at all.
I'm still here. I was about to leave, but then all that went down, so I was like, I can stick around.
He turns to Damien, he goes, "Damien, I do have one more thing for you." He goes, "Damien is going to the sunless place of the nights of dark and dreary." He goes, "Damien, Jesus... Damien, I am not going to send you to the sunless place." And he goes, "Master has blessed Damien and ensure that he will not suffer an agony in the dark place." He goes, "Yes, but no." As he casts plane shift on Damien, and sends him to somewhere.
Any little experiment?
As he stops and thinks about it, he goes, "Actually, since we are in a temporal anomaly, I don't know what will happen to Damien.
Well,
I may have just killed him."
that's going to be very interesting when he gets back, if he gets back.
Science is fun. Yeah, we're just looking to potentially figure out where those ritual points were that you mentioned.
And he's like, "Yes, well, you will have to head out and find them on your own. Again, I would not be able to mark them, but I can safely say that they will give off a strong arcane aura. If you cast detect magic, you should find them. The problem is that it will be in a radius around the point. How wide that radius is entirely determinate on the desired effect. If it was specifically to contain something within the Raven Queen's castle, it will most likely be on the grounds. A detect magic should reveal the ritual points to you. However, if it was designed to encapsulate a larger area, then you will have a much harder time finding those points.
Detect magic users should have that as well, so we should be good for covering some ground.
Yes.
I unfortunately do not have that spell.
The problem therein lies, of course, with breaking such ritual points, but that is something I believe that you all will be able to work out. Additionally,
Just
if you have an opportunity to interrogate the caster himself or herself or themself, that will allow you to gain a better understanding of what you are attempting to prevail.
Thanks for the info. Meg's just gonna reach in, grab his sword out of his back holding, put it back on his hip.
As you reach into the bag of holding, make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, sick. Not 20.
Yeah, you don't take any additional like cursing from this or any poison or anything like that, but you do take I'll say 4 points of piercing damage. As you feel something bite you. And as you withdraw your hand from the bag of holding, Damien is latched around your forearm.
How'd you even get in there?
He unlatches and goes, Master attempted to send Damien away. He has lived through countless epochs in the place of damnation. The darkness of this infernal bag has been Damien's prison for millennia. As James goes, okay, good, so we know what the plane shift spell does.
That's linked to a potentially a specific bag of holding.
Meg just looked at Damien, still latched to his arm. Did he let go?
Yeah, no, he let go the second you
Okay.
pulled your arm out of the bag. Like, the second you removed him from your bag of holding, he unlatched and, like, fell to the ground, like, just raving.
I honestly thought you had me, like, poke myself with my sword. I was like, weird choice, and then that.
As James, like, swaddles Damien like a baby and just goes, right, so we know what it does now.
Not to do that, yeah.
So plane shift, bad idea until this is resolved.
Right. Now, if you excuse us, we should probably head over to regroup with our allies. Or, wait, we wanted to check out this location, didn't we, Gallus?
Yes, we can. I think we should maybe cut to the others.
Yeah.
Let them have a chance, and we can handle that afterwards.
Yeah, same.
Take Damien with you, and you can have the whole damn time.
Yeah, I don't want to just be us. Like, this is a team sports.
Yeah, well, you two have a chance to play the game.
So as we transition away, as Gallus and Merrick head out, Yuza and Tala, you arrive at the carnival grounds of this strange and kind of bizarre place. Make a perception check, both of you.
Okie dokie.
All right. That's a natural 5, so probably not.
Is it perception? 15.
So 8.
All right. 8 and 15.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah. You all proceed around. I'd say Tala probably notices more than Yuza does. I feel like Yuza's just kind of like very deep in thought.
Yeah, Yusa's a lot of thoughts are running through her head.
Like obviously you're like, okay, what is this ritual? How do we break it? What's going on with the resets? Like, who the fuck was that guy? You know, how could he like see my sensor? Like, does he know me? Like, you're having a lot of thoughts kind of like tracing through your head. Tala, you're a little bit more alert, but everything that happened previously has thrown you off your game.
I mean, I know how I thought the sensor, but yeah.
So you don't notice everything, but you do notice that primarily a lot of the people around at this carnival, like, there are typical like night creature folk. There's a few like strange creatures that you've never seen before. A lot of Shadow Kai are really like turning out for this. And a few like other humanoid creatures that are usually like you would see within the elemental planes or the prime material are here. They do look a little somber just because the Shadowfell just naturally kind of like sucks the life of most creatures. Well, it sucks like the joy of most creatures. Like it kind of like brings them to despair over time.
Like visiting family for Thanksgiving.
Exactly, just like that.
I did have a quick question, Walker, before we get too far in.
Yeah, what's up?
Because Tala's armor is very, very bright and has the colors of Soon and the Silver Dawn and all that stuff on it.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna ask, is her cloak of protection? Does she wears long enough to where she can cover her like chest plates markings with it? Kind of pull the cloak
Yeah,
around
no,
her?
it can wrap around you. Like it is a cloak.
All right, cool. Yeah, so Tala's doing that so she doesn't stand out as Paladin.
I would say it is a cloak of protection. It is not a hooded cloak, however.
Yeah, that's fine. She's just like an elf in a cloak.
Yeah, that is exactly what you look like.
Cool.
Actually, you look more like a half elf in a cloak, I'll say.
Okay.
A lot of the carnival folk, like the people that are actually like running the stuff, the one thing you notice is they are all wearing like clown outfits, bright colors, stripes, polka dots, the whole nine. But they're not dressed in clown makeup. They all have like harlequin masks on, like these porcelain white masks with expressions carved into them. So it makes it very difficult to tell what kind of like race or kind of like creature even would be underneath these costumes.
Tala just kind of whispers down to you, like, "Yeah, never been a fan of mask like that.
Why not?
Just not a big. I don't know, just a little creeped out by the whole Harlequinade in general. I don't know. It's just something I never was really around much at the church.
I mean, I can honestly say I haven't been around an atmosphere like this before.
Come thinking, this is the first time the two of us have been out together.
I suppose it has. Neat.
So, how you doing with the whole loop thing?
Frankly, I'm less concerned with that. We're aware of my ability to foretell the future. Correct?
A little bit, yes.
I presume Merrick informed you of the of my ability that I used to help him quote unquote seize victory back at the what was it, the war table?
Storm is away, but I don't think that Tala was told that actually.
That was withheld information.
Oh, what was withheld information?
Back at the war table in the Fairwald.
Oh. Yeah, I wasn't there either.
Yeah, Tala wasn't. I don't think she was told how exactly it was done.
Back, what happened?
Did Merrick ever tell Tala and Gallus about Yusa's "I can see the future" thing?
He would have as we walked, I think. Like, which I can see the future thing. The
thing I was basically like, okay, you're gonna want to do this, and then you're gonna want to do that, and then you're gonna beat this person. Back at the war table in the Feywild.
If Yusa didn't try to make it like a huge secret, like don't tell the others this, then Merrick probably would have included in a debriefing, maybe. I think. Actually, it never really came up, so I don't think he would have actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So, I'm
It's just-
afraid I don't know
You guys
about
had-
that ability.
He doesn't really see magic and go like, "That's unique." He's more like, "What the fuck is magic?"
Fair enough. Okay. Well, as long as I can remember, I mean, I've always had an inclination with the divination portion of magic. but I've always taken to it more intensely, more innately. When I choose to, I just seem to be able to glance into the future, seeing possible events. It normally allows me to, I suppose, weasel my way out of problems. Like, back in the Feywild, I was able to help Merrick out with Z. But back at the palace the last time, I saw nothing. I don't know whether that means there was no solution, or even if this ability would take my knowledge of a time loop into account. So if it would, the solution would be dying and trying again. But I saw nothing.
So does it not extend beyond the loop, you think, or?
That's the thing, I don't know. It is generally an ability that lets me see into the future. I generally have no reason to look into the past, so maybe it doesn't go the other opposite direction.
Could be maybe something more related to dispel this. I mean, you refer to it as a loop, correct? Maybe it's. Tala tries to explain basically what an Ouroboros is. You know, the snake eating its own tail. Maybe it's one of those things like the snake eating its own tail. There is no start or ending to it. It's just a continuous loop. And that's why it's not letting you see beyond it.
I hope not. An unsettling feeling.
Yeah.
Anyway,
not exactly too keen on the loop myself. Granted, it makes me feel weirdly better that I didn't, permanently get the entire team murdered.
Yeah, you
Because
did no such thing.
Well, I was the one who got stuck in the room.
And I was the one who left you there.
I mean, that's self-preservation. That's understandable. I'm the shield.
Had I stayed, I could have easily teleported both of us out of that room.
Well, if it comes to it, we know. I mean, I shouldn't have walked blindly into the room. I should have tried to work out the puzzles more instead of just beating on a door.
We all did things wrong in that. But I do not believe it was your fault.
Well, I appreciate the sentiment. Truly.
And should my ability actually not work here? Unsettling, but I suppose we'll find out if I use it when we're less close to death.
Good idea.
All right.
Now then, where the hell did this Gabe say this person was?
Oh, which one are we at, Walker? Just to double check.
You are at the one that was like, the one that you all have referred to as, Bigums.
Yeah, we're looking for I think he said it was a big Oni, an orc, an ogre. It started with an O, he thinks.
Well, he just said he thought they were like a big monster.
Oh,
they
okay, because
they named themselves after a big monster.
Oh, okay. Because I just the ones that you mentioned were like orc, ogre, Onis. I'm like, okay, I guess this is an O creature, maybe? Yeah, Bigums, that's the one I called him. I probably should call him that.
Right. Only Gabe I said it was big monster.
Right. Some sort of big creature.
Right, that's a very vague description. Yeah. I just float a little bit above everyone's heads. Do I see any sizable creatures?
No, you just see the fairgoers. You do see, however, a structure that would be large enough to house a creature of gargantuan portions. And surprisingly, it is not the central tent. The central tent, of course, is like very large and wide, and it can fit a lot of people in it. And then, like obviously they're having like main events and things like that in there. But there's another tent not too far away. It's more like a tent tower, I guess would be the best way to describe it. And it is towering, like you'd say, 60 to 100 feet tall, and the radius you would say is probably about 20 feet. So it's not like wide, but it is tall.
I don't see any creatures of notable size difference.
Maybe it's an ironic nickname. Like maybe it's like a dwarf or a pixie or something that's,
God,
taking
I
the big
really
name.
hope not.
I mean, with the weird things we've encountered, someone with a kobold complex wouldn't be the strangest thing.
I really hope that's not the case. But no, he described him as a big monster.
Okay.
He said that the name he chose was that of a big monster.
Yeah, it's a name.
He didn't give any actual description of what he is.
He says that no one has ever met this person and like lived to tell the tale. He says
Awesome.
the only people that know about this person are the people in that person's organization, and they are sworn to secrecy.
For work, or if he can't fucking find him. I suppose we should try the giant-ass tent. Seems like the most logical place.
Oh god, like Tyler's just looking through the crowd like, oh god, I really hope it doesn't look like a giant ass. Anywho, let's get to.
I guess we head towards the tent.
Yep. Pitter patter, let's get at her.
Which tent are you heading towards? The central tent or the tent tower?
Tent tower.
Yeah, you head to the tent tower, and yeah, inside, well, outside it is guarded by, 2 harlequins.
My brain is blanking on what a harlequin actually is. All I think is Harley Quinn.
Think like Harley Quinn, literally like the red and black jester outfit, white paint, or a mask.
Yeah,
right. What the name actually fucking means. Of course.
Yes.
How can I be so fucking stupid?
A harlequin is a it's a jester that you usually see, or like jester and it originally popped up in France, but then it kind of like migrated all around. It became very popular in the Italian Renaissance during the Festival of Carnival.
Yeah.
Super huge staple of like European folklore. Yeah, so it's guarded by 2 harlequins. They see you approach, and one of them just like silently, without saying anything, just raises its hand to like tell you to stop.
We do.
Hello.
Hello.
It nods.
We're here to see someone who might go by the following names. I list off the ones that he said.
So you list off like the troll, the ogre, the oni, the giant, like just a bunch of like fucking names, and they stop you like the 3rd one, and they just gesture inside the tent.
Yeah.
Inside there are at least 4 other harlequins, each at kind of like the not the cardinal directions, like the basically there's 2 at the northeast and northwest corners of the room, and 2 in the southeast and southwest where you just came through. And sitting flanked in between the 2 in the northeast and northwest corners is a figure in a like shrouded throne. And there's like small like torchlights just flickering here. And the only thing that you can like, these are like fully blackout curtains. The only thing that you see inside of them is a small like orange light lighting up for a brief second and fading away. As smoke just like drifts up periodically from the this little shrouded throne.
About how big is the figure on the throne?
Yeah.
You can't see. Like the curtains black it out except for that small like pinprick of light.
How high is the light up in the air? The pinprick from the cigarette.
You would say that it is like so the throne is like normal human size. You would say that the pinprick of light is around where a human head would be.
Okay. Tala just kind of leans down and whispers, so what are the odds it is 3 kobolds in an overcoat?
The one thing you notice as well is that like the tent tower, like obviously it has like structures and supports. There is a level above you, like a wooden like platform level. You realize as you look up, like there is no way to get up to it. And like the only ladder or thing you can see around you is there are 2 ladders over by the throne. Like both of the Harlequins that are over there are standing directly in front of the ladders, preventing everyone from going up to them. And there is like a singular trapdoor that kind of not trapdoor. What am I thinking of? There's 2 separate trapdoors that kind of like are at the extent of the ladder. Right, so the ladders lead up into these trapdoors that lead up into upper levels of the tower.
Okay, kind of like a old-fashioned like attic or like
Yeah.
barn loft door.
Like a barn loft, yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
And as you all enter, you just hear a voice from behind the curtain just go, "So, who do I have the pleasure of addressing today?"
Oh, sweet. We get the Italian mafia boss.
Yeah.
"You speak with the troll of the bridge. So, I guess I might ask whose you are."
I am
I-
the divination principal.
"This means nothing to me." "And who's your friend?"
I am Talasoon. I don't really hold a rank in anywhere.
"It's nice to put a name to a face, Talasoon. What can the troll do for you today?"
I'm sorry, Walkie, cut out for me there.
"What can the troll do for you today?"
What were we here to ask about, Hawk?
We're asking if they know. Basically, we're just trying to gather information of the weird comings and goings of the city in the past few days. Like, since he's an information broker, does he know anything about what's going on in the area? Anything with, Sir Troll,
Yes.
we are curious if you have noticed anything strange happening in your city or territory in the past few days. We think that there's something unusually mystic afoot, if that makes sense.
Nothing happens in this city without my knowledge. You see, as he it takes another. The Scarlet King may think he's the mayor in this town. He's enforced his laws and his rules. But the troll is the eyes and the ears of the city. I feel its heartbeat. I know what happens on my docks. I know what happens in these streets. And for a small consultation fee, I offer Mr. Mayor my services. We have an alliance, you see. We serve as a, he, snaps his fingers, what do you call it? A Triumverate. Myself, the Noctiaga, and, the Scarlet King. He's the mayor. I'm the police, and, Noctiaga's the media, I guess you could say. He keeps the people pacified.
Sounds like a very equitable arrangement, very symbiotic.
So long as people don't fuck with my city.
Well, we are concerned that there is someone who has been fucking with your city.
This displeases me. Give me a name of who would be so bold as to fuck with my city, and I'll fuck
See-
him into the ground.
That's the thing. We're not entirely sure who that is yet. We've only just
have-
arrived.
Right. The people that we were pursuing, we think may be just as much victims of the circumstance as we are. We're not sure. Which is why we come to someone with your knowledge and connections. I believe my associate here can explain the technicalities of what we're dealing with a little better than I can. As you put it, she's more the I'm more the muscle, she's more the magic, if that makes sense.
Tell me, Mr. Troll, how well versed are you in the arcane arts? Of any sort?
I've dabbled in a few.
It's good to be well rounded.
Do you have any idea what a temporal time loop is?
I do not, I can safely say, but I assume, since it uses the root word temporal, and you did say the word time, it has to do with time.
It does. Let's just say, from evidence we have gathered, witness accounts, this city of yours has been living in a perpetual state of today. You've been reliving the past few days probably hundreds of times.
So what you's telling's me is that all these people been coming to my carnival day in and day out, repeating over and over and over again, and I've been making no profit, been making the same static profit while entertaining these masses, providing for them.
That's actually a very good way of looking at it. It's the same day, the same acts, the same people, over and over. No new coin is being changed.
My carnival thrives on variety, and my business is not something anyone wants to fuck with.
I mean, the people also have no inclination of this when it rehappens. All memory is wiped.
Right. No one remembers
It's as
what
if
happened.
it's as if it never happened in the first place.
This would explain why I don't remember it happening.
That it would.
Do I need to roll persuasion or anything, Walker, to get him to follow us on this?
No, he's keeping up with what you're saying.
Okay. Just make sure, see if he would actually.
Yeah, so long as we
believe
don't
or
go to
trust
the
us.
community conspiracy board, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he the troll seems very quick on the uptake. They are just not someone who has the finer technical understanding to get what Tala's talking about. They are very much like, okay, if James is the brains of the operation, this person is very much the heart. They understand people, they are very wisdom centric. And by that standard, you could assume that the Nachtjager is very charismatic.
Okay.
And Walker, given so I don't metagame here,
Yeah.
would you been able to form at least somewhat of a similar theory with like this level of magic would require like anchors?
You could assume that this level of magic would require a large ritual. I don't know how much you've studied chronomancy. Actually, you know what? Roll me an Arcana check. Let's see how much you studied chronomancy in your time.
I have no fucking idea what chronomancy is.
It is the magic of temporal manipulation. It's time magic.
Gotcha. I'm pretty sure that'd fall
I believe in D&D, like with the Wildemount expansion, they changed it to chronergy. I really don't like the way that sounds, though. Chronomancy has always been like the magic of time.
All right, here we go.
I mean, at least we're keeping the chrono suffix.
Yeah.
Arcana, you said?
Yeah.
That'd be a 23.
Yes, you have determined that it relies on anchoring points. And you are familiar enough with chronomancy to understand that such a ritual does require like a focus effect type deal. So you understand that there is probably a ritual circle involved. I think just because, though, that it is not your specific field of study, you are not familiar with the nature of a ritual like this, outside of the fact that you know for a fact that whatever effect is occurring right now is well outside the caster's control, and your immediate reaction as well is similar to James's. You're like, if we kill the caster, this should disrupt this in some form or fashion.
Right. But I didn't piece together, like he did, that killing caster could just also result in the
Yeah, of course.
reset.
That's one of the things that you've been kind of like battling back and forth with, is you're like, killing the caster would be the easiest way to break this. Although, hypothetically, killing the caster could be what resets it. Like, you are kind of like bouncing back and forth with that idea. You're like, I need more information to make a accurate hypothesis.
Okay. But I would get the idea that the caster did this to basically capture a moment in time.
Yes. You definitely get the feeling that they are using this as a instance to capture a moment in time, like a photograph.
Yeah. Well, it would appear some caster of clearly at least notable complexity attempted to, how do I put this? Take a photo, you would say, of a particular thing that happened, a moment of time that they wish to capture and relive for as long as they wanted. But not being as capable as they thought, or through some other circumstance, lost control of the ritual that allowed them to do this. And it has since spread and encompassed the entire city.
He thinks on this and goes,
So this power is running rampant and out of control, and they no longer have the ability to rein it in. Additionally, they violated copyright law because the only people that are allowed to possess cameras in Blackreach are members of the government.
I mean, the camera thing is merely a metaphor.
Okay, I didn't quite catch that. I thought you was being rather literal.
My apologies.
No, it's completely understandable. I can read people pretty well, but through this sheet it's a little difficult to read body language, you know.
Walker, is the ground beneath us dirt or wood or what?
It's dirt, yeah.
Talik asks, sir, may I make a visual demonstration? If that may help?
That's not going to help too much.
He just
right.
Boys, I need you to spread the curtain. I need to see what this fine lady is drawing in the dirt.
As the Harlequins to the left and right of him step away from their position at the ladders and pull the curtain back quickly so they can resume their position at the ladders, you see a pixie flying at human head height.
Fucking called it!
Wearing a jet black suit, slicked back hair, like fine pencil mustache, like salt and pepper a little bit with his hair, like it's kind of like graying. Very much looks like the fucking Godfather if he was a pixie. He's just like
so
literally holding a cigarette, like an actual human-sized cigarette with both hands, just bringing it up to his mouth, just.
I fucking called it!
So wait, just want to confirm. This is a male pixie.
This is a male pixie.
It's not a sprite, but a pixie.
I feel like there's some kind of gender differential that Dungeons and Dragons has limited me to. And I'm going to say I will alter the wording. He is a male fairy folk.
Okay.
He's basically Pix if Pix let himself go.
Yeah,
no, he's not.
Yeah, because just from a knowledge of understanding, fairies, males are sprites, females are pixies.
No, he's not like fat. Like he's a little paunchy, but he's yeah.
D&D has like subclasses and sub-races.
That's
of fairies.
annoying.
Yeah, so like pixies and sprites are different things with D&D.
That's okay. He is a male fairy folk. Let's just we'll summarize and move on.
Yeah, okay.
We can do whatever we want. Screw you, Wizards of the Coast. I'm just kidding. Don't be me.
Yeah.
As he
Well, I
again
mean-
pulls the cigarette again with both hands up to his mouth, just. And this is like a hand-rolled cigarette, by the way. This isn't like some like Marlboro.
Okay, I was about to say he's awfully strong to hold that.
As he's like,
So, you was gonna draw something in the dirt?
All right, so Tala, she goes, I'm just gonna pull out a dagger to use, and just showing she doesn't mean any ill harm. Pulls out and draws. Like, okay, she just kind of draws like a big dot on the dirt. We're here. This is where today started, and she just draws the circle. This line is the entirety of today. At the end of the day, we'll be right back where we started. That's what's happening to us.
I see, much like the legend of the Ouroboros, the snake eating its own tail, we cannot see beyond the horizon of our consumption. Yes, I'm familiar with folk tales.
Yes. That's literally what we are. This is Ouroboros. We're stuck in this never-ending loop.
We are trapped within the compendium of infinity, forever battered around by the wills of fates. Yes, I can understand this now. This metaphor, it makes sense to me. And as he says that, the Harlequins, all in unison, all four of them, just kind of like raise their hands and he goes, "That's enough," and they stop. He goes, "Sorry, sometimes you gotta have a little positivity, a hype crew."
Understandable. Tala's just happy that she made a metaphor work.
So, yes, the caster. It's difficult to say what could stop this. Killing the caster could be a way to do that, though with the magic being out of their current control, killing them could just be the trigger that resets everything.
I see. To
Considering-
test.
considering
your
we also have accounts that this phenomenon varies in time. It's never the exact same duration.
I see. To test your hypothesis, though, would you like me to ice them?
If we knew who they were, I would be up for the experiment.
Do you know if anyone who could pull off something like this, or is there anyone new to the area that you think may be responsible?
Peoples that could pull this off, there's only two in the entire... Well, three if you count the Raven Queen. I know gods and all crazy. There's only three people then if you include the goddess that could pull this off. One, of course, being the mayor himself, the Scarlet King. Two, being the Raven Queen. And three would be High Speaker Olamond. He's one of them, religious types. He's got a lot of magic in him, and he serves not the Raven Queen, but he serves a higher power.
Would you be aware of any tragedies or overly joyful things that could have happened to him recently?
You's asking if there's goods and bads things that happened to Speaker Olamond?
I'm talking about huge things, like the death of someone he truly cared for, or a moment in time, there's something that would make someone want to preserve such a moment.
What if the
forever.
moment hasn't happened yet?
Nothing in recent memory can come to mind. High Speaker Olamond's a very private guy. I will say this, he has no wife and children. He is a single man.
Do you know if he's ever had a lover or anything like that he would maybe want to try and preserve?
There was
Also-
rumors for a time that he was engaged with Lady Orsine of the Black Rose brothel. And these rumors may or may not have been confirmed and perpetrated by yours truly.
Good to know.
I can safely say this. The question you specifically asks me was, is there anyone in town who could do this? Now, if there's new arrivals, they might be capable of doing this too, but these are the 3 people who are citizens of Blackreach who'd be capable of such an arcane feature.
Right.
Walker,
But-
about how long would I think a ritual of this magnitude would take to set up?
Of this magnitude, it would not take long to set up. The problem would be in building up the appropriate charge before the ritual was initially disrupted. Like, think of it this way, like, it's basically like a particle accelerator. The initial warm-up time takes time, but once you've got it, you basically have a perpetual motion machine providing you energy as it essentially, not an accelerator, what am I thinking of? Arc reactor, like fucking Marvel. You basically, like, once you got the thing up and running, it essentially is self-sustaining, like, particle energy. But getting it to that point, is what will require it to, take time. You think that setting up the ritual will take no time at all. That would take you probably like an hour. Getting it to the point of potency at this level would take at least 4 to 5 days.
So we've had been building up magical power in that time.
It could have been set up at any time, but it would have to, in order for the effect to activate, it would have had to have been charging for 4 to 5 days. Basically, like, the hour hand would be set. And, like, the hour hand, minute hand, second hand of this, like, this is just like me speaking in the meta. The hour hand, minute hand, and second hand would need to be set. Once those were set, it would begin to build up magical charge via, the second hand drawing from the arcane source. Once the ritual got to the point of self-sustenance, where, like, it wouldn't have to keep drawing on this arcane source, like it was actually maintaining itself at its core, that would be the point at which you would have to act exactly on the time that you've set it via the hour hand in order for the ritual to take full effect. Otherwise, at the end of that 5th day, the ritual would destroy itself. So basically, you could assume it took an hour to set up, 5 days to get to potency, and then it was activated, which has then trapped this town in this temporal loop for God knows how long. It would also explain why the reset has not lasted longer than 4 days.
Right.
You would assume, given that information, the reset, assuming a triggering event did not occur, the area inside the time loop could go for a maximum of 5 days before a reset would automatically trigger, even without the triggering event.
From my calculations, I tally a maximum of 5 days before the loop is guaranteed to occur again.
He nods and he goes, so let's see, anyone who arrived before, let's say 5 days ago. And he begins to think, and just like Merrick and Gallus, you notice that he kind of has that similar expression where he's like thinking and then realizes that he can't think back before a certain point, like you would assume when the barrier overtook him and like made him a point of this fixed constant in time.
Can I use unique origin?
Yeah, what's up?
I want to subtle cast detect thoughts.
Okay.
I want to see this phenomenon for myself. Susan wants to see this phenomenon that she's experiencing. She's seeing in front of him for herself.
Are you just detecting surface thoughts, or are you gonna dig deeper?
He's trying to pull surface thoughts, so I'll just go with surface thoughts for now.
Okay. You hear a cacophony of voices speaking simultaneously, all asking like questions, like,
like, we can't think back past 2 days. Why should we? We should remember. Like, it's just like an overlapping batch of voices all speaking at once. All like, not all of them in his accent. They're like various accents. Men, women, children, like non personages. It is just an overlapping cacophony of voices that are all speaking in unison. And let me see something real quick, because I need to see if he detects that. Let's see.
Subtle cast.
That's not what I mean.
I know. So, Hawk, if I get us killed over this, at least, and uses mine, at least then the talisman will be even.
Eh. Oh well. Tala's just trying to think of any way she can kidnap this guy. He's too adorable.
Yeah, it, you see as, like, the pixie's, like, thinking and all that, like, you, just can sense some strange magic, almost as if, like, as you're detecting thoughts, it's detecting thoughts on you, and you just hear, like, simultaneously, it knows, it knows, it knows, and it's just, he looks right at you and he goes,
That's not very nice. This was a good faith gesture. This meeting, this discussion.
My apologies. You looked as though you couldn't recall something mere days ago. I'm afraid my curiosity was piqued. And I did not wish to disturb your thought.
So rather than ask a question like we would as 2 civil folk, you decide to try and read my mind?
Again, my apologies. I meant no disrespect, nor would I pry into personal affairs or any such nature. I only wish to see the phenomenon you're experiencing with my own mind.
He's very curious about magic and research. Or can I use persuasion? See if we can help calm this over a little bit.
make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Okay. Disadvantage. Okay. Oh, that's unfortunate. It would have been, if it was not disadvantage, I would have had a nat 20 on it.
Wow.
But with disadvantage, persuasion. That is a 26.
Damn.
Tala does not get to use persuasion often. That's her best skill.
What's your bonus,
That's
man?
fortunate that it wasn't the 20.
What's your bonus?
A 10.
Okay, so you rolled a 16. Damn.
He looks at you and just goes, like, what do you say to him?
Look, that I understand that what she did was very, very intrusive and rude. She did not intend it that way. She is a researcher, a scholar. She's just curious, and I mean, you know what they say about curiosity and all. Sometimes,
He says, "You killed the cat."
right?
At that moment, I'm shot in the back.
But
I mean, I was tempted. I want to see what Tala says, and we'll see if you die.
At this moment, though, this cat can use her curiosity to help us to get your city out of this mess. She is genuinely trying to help. She just went about it in not so the right way. We want things to return to normal too.
I'm gonna pause your speech right there, and I'm gonna make a roll on my end to see what he decides to do.
Lensbore, Alpha, what are you two doing in this Shadowfell?
He just kills all of my past lives.
You see, he
Walker
looks
kicks me from the game.
directly at you, and just goes, "So tell me, what's your working theory?"
Me to get rid of the anchor points. That's the first step. If I would be able to collude with, or not collude, that's a different meaning. Confer. Thank you. With the caster in question, while alive, preferably. I could be able to pick his brain and deduce a concrete solution. Otherwise, figuring out the reason for the loop and preventing it from happening would be the best solution. It would, at the very least, give us the maximum amount of time.
Very well. I am having difficulty thinking back past 48 hours. But even still, those events are burned into my mind. I can't think back before to when they initially arrived, I would assume, given you said it was 5 days.
Would you like to?
How would I do this?
Well, we came here with this knowledge, and we are unaffected by it. We are able to keep our memories through the loop. I could provide this to you as well, as an apology for my rudeness. It would also prevent us from coming here every time you reset.
You see, they think, and as they're thinking, like, the Harlequins kind of, like, turn and look at them, like, all in unison. And they say,
"Very well. We will allow this. Just, be careful."
And they, as they say this, they fly into the middle of the tent and say, they look at their Harlequins and they say, "Back off." And the two that are by the front head out to meet with the other two that are out front. The two that are by the ladder climb up the ladder to the floor above and shut the trapdoors behind them. And he goes,
"All right, it's just me here. Let's do this."
Very well. And I start tracing the rune on the ground.
All right. Yeah, as the rune goes off and he becomes part of the thing, I'm trying to think of how to describe this. Yeah, you watch the eyes roll back in his head and they go white, but then you watch as his form kind of like convulses, which you haven't seen in anyone else before. As you watch as like his form kind of like expands and then shrinks and then like kind of like morphs and changes, like it seems like he's having trouble maintaining his physicality. And then you watch as this like bright crimson ooze essentially appears before you, and you see that like it has this long tendril kind of tailing up, going up and like sitting in the throne, and then it stretches up and turns into these two little thin tendrils that stretch up into the attic, like in between the gaps of the trapdoors. And you can just hear this ungodly, like, shrieking from the upper floors of this tent tower. As you can, like, see the tent flaps, like, convulse and shake and, like, move. As it's just like... Sorry, that was actually me.
Are we in like a sentient mimic or something?
Not a mimic. As you watch, like, it, resume its form, you watch almost instantaneously as, like, the, like, red ooze, like, at the back turns, like, invisible. And in front of you now is, like, you watch as it takes shape and forms into a, female harlequin, with the same porcelain mask and whatnot, and the ooze that was, the tendril that trailed back to the throne, like, then split off into tiny tendrils that went up into the upper floor. It all turns invisible, so you can't see it, but it's not like it casts the invisibility spell. You think this is more of, like, an active camouflage type ability. Like, it's actually changing its color and pigment to make it seem imperceptible. And she removes, like, her porcelain mask, and you see, like, this, brunette, kind of, like, elven woman underneath with, like, cherry red lipstick and this, like, smoky kind of, like, green eyeshadow reach down, pick up the cigarette that had, like, fell on the floor, and, like, well then, that is something. Where were we?
Well, you were a pixie a minute ago. So
Right.
there's that.
Of course. As you watch as it, like, you watch as its form kind of, like, shrinks and reduces, and, like, you see this, like, quivering tendril that begins to turn invisible, like, heading out of the pixie's back before it forms a set of wings. And he's just, and once again, this tiny little pixie is floating there in, like, this mob boss outfit. It's just like, very well. So... As he thinks back, and now you can see that he thinks with clarity on the situation that's going on, and goes,
yes, I see. So the situation is thus. We are all trapped in a loop of time, and looking back on my memories, I can see that the arrivals in question, there are a few people that came through my port who I think would be able to do such a thing.
So he takes another long drag of the cigarette.
So this he comes in, right? He's riding a boat from out in the Shattered Oblivion. This section of the Shadowfell, where I guess, like,
He gestures to you, he gestures to both of you, and he goes,
where, if you prime materials, let's see, where your continent of Cragzeet would be, right? He sails in, okay, like 5 days ago. This Gith boy, and he's accompanied by, some elven vampire, and, some guy keeps calling himself a king, but I told him, hey, I ain't seen no crown. And they set up shop in some small dingy inn at the far side of town. And he, like, I'll go ahead and ping it on your map, but it's this inn right over here. He goes, they set up shop there. They grab a room.
It's the hotel north of Gabe Hall.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I had a map minimized.
They set up shop there. They go about their business. But, you know, elf guy is real quiet, keeps to himself, talks about occasionally how people is fools, dummies. You know, he says less kind words. I'm just censoring it down. The Gith says almost nothing. The only times I ever hear him talk is twice. First time he says, "Can you show me where the Raven Queen's palace is?" and the seconds was to ask me if I was to transmute your form into a jar, would your form fill the jar because it was a vessel to contain it? Or because I'd crushed the life out of you? I didn't really have a good answer for that one. The one who talked the most, it was the king guy. He's a big old braggart. You know, he had some ability to back it up, but otherwise just a big nuts. He keeps bragging on. We're gonna change the world. We're gonna capture a moment of death. You know? You see, like Hughes was saying earlier, moments is powerful. To capture a sliver of time, that's something big, but a moment of death. As a creature breathes its last breath, the soul leaves its body. There is a quintessentially divine moment. To cage that is something truly evil. It violates some celestial and infernal contracts, you know. There were laws drawn up originally when the Modrons came in and introduced chronomancy to the world. The key thing is that you could capture moments in time. That was not a problem because obviously, but the stipulation was that the captured moment had to be a memory. It could not be a physical moment. And then the other stipulation in the celestial infernal contract was that any moment captured in time could not contain the soul of a living creature or the essence of a god. So if someone captured a moment like that and shattered this contract, that'd be powerful magic right there, but
So you suspect the moment captured was them killing the Raven Queen?
attempting to, at least. Raven Queen don't go down so easy. Goddess of Death, who's had people after her throne since she ascended to it, that's a wily bitch right there. She's clever, I'll give her that. Especially setting up shop in the Shadowfell. You know how many liars and murderers end up here? She's smart, though. I don't think she'd fall for it. I think they attempted to capture the moment of her death. They attempted to kill her and trap that moment in a crystal. But I think that shit went wrong real quick. So it south real fast. Because the Raven Queen, she don't go down so easy. So I think whatever she did made the caster lose control of the magic. So it didn't capture the instance of her death, but has instead locked us in this temporal hellscape where we essentially relive the same day over and over again and learn nothing from our experiences. By the way, I do apologize about our previous confrontation. Now that my mind has been opened to the actual breadth and width of everything that I have experienced in these past few days, I do feel like I should apologize. Your invasion of my mind was still unwarranted. I would not recommend making friends that way. But it does, I do understand from an analytical standpoint, as well as your knowledge of the Arcanum, which I do not possess, why you would be moved to do that. And I do not fault you for it. If anything, I feel bad because I tried to... I thought for a second about eating your brain and just consuming your entire mind essence and leaving you a smoldering husk of bone and flesh.
Well, she does have
business, right?
She does have a very full brain. It probably would have been a very good meal.
You know, if he was fast enough to get it.
Oh, yeah, no, fat, juicy melon on that one. But, no, I think...
Should I use the word he? That seems wrong now.
I'm sorry?
Do you prefer to be called, or does it depend on what form you take? He, she, they?
Gender's a construct. It's created by society to cage and confine people to specific standards. I personally identify as a fucking threat.
I have a question also.
Certainly.
Are Are we inside of you right now, technically?
Technically, no. The entire breadth of my
Okay.
form is actually spread. Like, I have learned over time to fine-tune the splitting of my form and spreading of my physicality across various vessels. So technically, the entire breadth of my form is being contained within the support structure above us. Whereas my tendrils, my feelers, are moving around this entire carnival as harlequins.
Okay, that was my second question.
And
So you're more of an ooze.
I am an Oblex, yes, if we're gonna put titles on it. You know, an ooze of that consumes memories and minds, souls and flesh, the whole nine.
So
Although I will admit, in the early days, after my creation at the hands of the mind flayers, in service of the Elder Brain, I was very much, as a young kid, very much all about devouring souls and memories, consuming upon the minds of living creatures. As I grew and understood the breadth of things and matured into an adult, I realized that there was really no money in that racket, and serving the Elder Brains was like serving their wills was essentially just confining myself to a singular master. So what I did is I began consuming the minds of spellcasters who practiced the magics of wisdom, like druids, clerics.
Paddle just kind of side eyes user wizards.
I mean, I've eaten a wizard or two. But the main purpose was just to enhance my wisdom. And additionally, because I had seen a spellcaster of that variety casting a plane shift spell. So I consumed enough of them, gained enough knowledge and memories, and I cast myself a plane shift spell, popped myself out on the first plane I could find. It ended up being the Shadowfell, and that's where I was approached by the Scarlet King, and he made me one of his cohorts. And I've been the eyes and ears of this man ever since, and served as part of his Triumvirate. And it hasn't been bad work. I do still need to eat, in a sense, but, I've consumed so many living brains and memories that I'm pretty sustained myself. The only people I really eat usually are just people that wander in here and try and cause a ruckus. If you go to a carnival, right, and there's always that one guy who's like throwing a corn dog at like an animal, like just being a piece of shit, I usually eat them. Don't gain anything from them. It's just a point of sustenance. The memories and brains don't really serve me. If anything, it's dumbed me down a bit. But it's a living.
Yep, one must live.
Well, that explains why Gabe couldn't give us any useful information about him.
That actually is purposeful. People who see my true form, I really can't allow them to live. Now, you've, of course, given me this magical power, and I assume, of course, that you would have no continued business in the Shadowfell. I would just say this, if you do ever come back here, I would warn you not to... I trust yous. I think we're not friends, but associates. I would swears you to secrecy to not spill my identity and talk about what I am to people, because once the trick's ruined, the magician has to adapt. And I like the setup I've got right now. If I have to change it, I will not be happy.
Understandable.
I mean, for me, it's by that regard, keeping your true form a secret is more beneficial in the long run, because it keeps you from eating potentially innocent people.
I don't really like the taste of innocent people, their minds are so pure and kind, it makes me feel like a piece of shit, I know that I'm a monster, right? So I feel that eating monstrous people is in its own way maintaining the mass that I am. If I consume innocent people, I feel like I am robbing the world of something. You know what I'm saying?
Good to know.
And I'm sure neither of us feel the need to gain the ire of such an incredible shapeshifter.
Yeah, like the thing about an Oblex, and I will apologize in advance if anyone has any gripe with this. I am evil. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. But I consider myself a lawful being. I hold myself to standards. I got a code of ethics. I got things I do. I am just... The evil is a selfish need for self-preservation. I do not consider myself this grand scheming mastermind. I'm not trying to go out there and mass murder people. I am only concerned with my own survival and the furthering and benefit of my assets. So long as no one fucks with either of those things, I'll be your best friend.
Well, if it makes you feel no better, I mean, technically I would, if I had to put an arbitrary alignment on, that would probably be good, but
Hey,
I am pledged to follow my commander's orders, and your needs and his needs align.
Hey,
so
and
we're good.
To be fair, like, the lawful part I feel is more important. Like, you got a code that you follow. You've got
Yes.
a line that you will not cross, and that's good. You got to keep that. And being good, like, good and evil are subjective things. It's about what the person does for other people. And I think that if you are a selfless person, you act on the benefit of others rather than the benefit of yourself, that's golden. I can't say that I could do that. See, you know what? And he says, he floats over to you, Tala, and is just like, you know what? I'm going to say this right now. Even if you come to the Shadowfell and you spill my secrets, I'm not going to eat you. I like you. And plus, I feel like you may not be innocent, but consuming you would definitely ruin the whole, like, I eat evil people and consume the souls of monstrous people. You seem a little too pure for my tastes.
I have that effect on people, I've been told.
I like you. I like you, kid. You stay golden.
Thank you. And I, so far, like both of your forms. They're both very cute.
Ah, cute. That's something I ain't been called before. Usually people go, ah, shit, that thing. So, I appreciates it. And he turns to you, user, and he goes, and you use an intelligence caster, so not really interested. And you don't seem like a terrible person, so I'm not going to eat you, but don't spill my secrets or I'll consume your fucking memories. Cool.
Wouldn't be the first time, but what? Sure. Again, I have no interest in pissing you off.
Alright, then we're all golden here. I'll put my ears to it and investigate things again. I'll also reach out to the Scarlet King, see if he knows anything. And, yeah, like I said...
If he's inclined in magic as you claim he is, our associates probably have already informed him of the situation.
Then he might have already figured out everything, and he probably has some things that he's told your associates that will illuminate your perspective, milady wizard. In the meantime, never hurts to get your boots on the ground and hit up, leads and investigate. So that hotel, probably be a safe bet to go ahead and check there too.
Yuza just gently floats down and has her feet touch the ground.
I see
We'll
what
get
you
right
did
on
there.
it. We'll get right on it. Thank you for your time and your information.
Yes,
and your kindness.
Thank you, sir.
It's my pleasure, kids. Now, you scamper on off and enjoy the festival if you've got time. Do not touch the mannequins. They will probably try to eat you.
Oh, sir.
Harlequins, that's what I meant to say.
Before we depart, I did want to clarify something.
Of course.
Because our commander will be working with your associates, would it be okay if we told him and the members of our group what you are, as long as they swear to keep it a secret as well? He's an honorable man and will hold his word.
I'm not
I don't
usually
particularly see a reason to tell him, though.
I
know. I want to clarify so I don't break his word. If he tells me not to, I will not tell him.
I would say this. I would prefer you not tell them. I'd prefer you just say, the troll told me this and that and the other thing. Don't tell them, like, what I look like. I mean, if you want to say he was like a mob boss fairy guy, I'm fine with that, because that's technically a lie. But
Well,
Don't
shit. Tell I can't say it.
don't go into detail.
Be vague.
And do not talk about what I am.
Okay.
If they ask questions, they can meet me themselves, and if I decide to reveal myself to them, then they can be in the know. But I would prefer that if they were to find out the truth of my visage, they find it out from me.
Again, I wanted to clarify because, as I said, I want to keep everything on the level.
No, I understand. Setting boundaries within a relationship is very important.
Just one last thing before we go.
Yes.
This group of 3, did any of them call each other by a name?
So the king kept referring to himself in the third person. He's like, I, the mighty King Marduk Shadro, will da 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 da. I feel like the elf guy, the vampire, was like, hey, Black Sheep, stop talking like that. Like he said a code name or something. I don't think he was supposed to say the code name. Anytime that someone tried to say his name, like the Marduk guy tried to say his name, he told him to shut up and just said, refer to me as the Crow. So I just started referring to that guy as the Crow. The Gith guy just kept calling himself, kind of like you, the transmutation principle. Transmutation principle this, transmutation principle that.
Fuck! Sorry.
That's not a good pairing, I know.
Fuck! Fuck! Damn it!
Max, is the other transmutation principle still alive?
Ah!
Talo's just
I never interacted with the transmutation principle.
Talo's just watching use just blue screen and freak out like, huh?
No, this is Vex freaking out. Use this for like an inner shit.
and they're boom, 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 boom. Fuck!
That's what I said. Like she's just blue screening.
No, outwardly she's pretty much just as composed, but
And he just goes, he just kept
like,
calling himself.
like she pretty much knew he was a wizard of extreme notoriety and suspected he might have been a principal, but she had no confirmation.
He just kept calling himself the transmutation principle. And anytime someone tried to say his name, he kept casting this spell. And it's almost like when he cast the spell, they were unable to say his name. Sort of, it seemed like for someone who claims to be like a transmutation specialist, that was a weird form of enchantment. Like, I'm pretty sure that's the school of magic. Again, I'm not versed, but I did eat a bard once, and I gleaned his memories and found out that that would be a school of enchantment.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, no
we
problem.
Best get to work.
I would say that if this enchantment spell is something that is known to him, might be safe to say that he might have a partner who's an enchantment wizard. I don't know if you've had any dealings with I'm assuming that all of your School of Magic guys are called principals, so I'm just going to say an enchantment principal. Have you ever talked with one of them?
Principals don't really communicate with each other.
Then
They're more titles. They're
then-
more just given titles.
then more than likely this guy's working with an enchantment principal, and if so, they're obviously not here, because again, I only saw the 3 people, but that could be very dangerous. They could have some spells that you're just not expecting.
Thank you for the warning.
Just want to try and keep an eye out, kid.
Thank you. Well, Tala, I guess we should go rendezvous.
All right. Thank you again.
Let's roll.
Chalo's gonna say, sir, ma'am, thank you.
The threat.
You can just call me
The troll.
the troll or threat.
Hey guys, we met a threat.
Additionally, you can call me as like similar with Thul Noggin, like images and things begin to fill your mind as he says like what his true name is in deep speech, and since neither of you, I assume, speak deep speech. Like, I mean, Yuza, do you speak deep speech?
Yuza knows a shit ton of language, just hold
Oh.
Nope.
Yeah,
A check would know.
neither of you understand what his real name is. It just like he just says a bunch of things and it just kind of like resonates into your head, and you don't really get a nosebleed, but it kind of has that feeling like, oh man, I'm about to have a nosebleed. Like it's that feeling in your body.
I don't suppose we also recognize it as deep speech.
You recognize it as deep speech. You've interacted with Thule Noggin enough to understand what that was.
Okay, then, hopefully next time I can cast Comprehend Languages before you tell us that, unless that was the point. In which case...
Oh, no, I just thought y'all knew deep speech. My bad.
No, I do not know that language by heart.
It wasn't an elective at the school I attended, unfortunately.
That's fine. No one's supposed to be able to comprehend everything. That's kind of the point of life. But hey, yeah. Anytime you want to check back, if you want to ask me what my real name is, I have no problem telling you. It's just it is in deep speech. Like I could not translate it to common.
Fair enough.
Very fair.
But yes, if y'all ever need anything else from me, now that I am now in the loop, I will be able to remember everything, and I will be able to coordinate with you. I have spies coordinated throughout the city. I'll go ahead and put the word out that y'all's are on the up and up, and you will be granted my network.
Thank you. That is very, very helpful. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. I will warn you in advance. A lot of them are were-rats.
I like rats and wear things.
Then you guys should get along great.
Well, let's get going. And she's already tired of being on her feet. Floats up in the air and flies up.
Been on her feet for all of 30 seconds. Just like, nope,
Yeah,
the ground
she's not
sucks.
used to being on. She's not used to being on her feet.
Yuza, we really
She has
need
skipped every leg day imaginable.
Tell us a little about it. Yuza, we really need to work on leg day for you.
Why? I have wings.
Yuza never skips wing day.
Yeah.
What if something
Every
happened
day
to your
is wing
wings?
day. What?
I love it. It's like, what would happen? It's like, what if something happens to your wings? Well, I guess I'll die.
I would just cast fly and get new wings.
What to say?
What if someone used counterspell
I would cast counterspell too.
and they were in a loop?
Well,
No.
Sunder, we've been here before.
Really, I've been in that loop. It has a definite end. Nearly got disintegrated because of it.
So y'all are meeting up here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
that was fun, but also,
Yep.
partially as Yuza. Well, fuck you, Walker. Ah! Each one of it is a principal. Fuck!
Each one of who is a principal, Vex?
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
And yes, they are.
I should have known, and I had suspicions, but I thought that's too easy.
That's it. Why would doing things the hard way be your first go-to? Doing things easily is fun.
I don't know.
Plus, you can
I
like
also,
even if
I
you
also had no idea what exactly we were gonna do with the principals.
yeah,
so.
no, I understand. But plus, doing things easily, you can still subvert the cliche. Like it's not.
Yeah. Okay.
God damn it! I was trying to move that thing, but it didn't work. Yeah. So y'all go ahead and meet up.
Tala, Yusa, we have important information. Here, let me tell you all of it in this quick cutaway.
Yes. Hello, friends.
Here, guys. Let's turn on the orb of remembrance.
Orb of Remembrance, turn. Tell us the lesson that we should learn.
Gallus had good tea.
So I made a friend, and don't go to the carnival.
Don't go to the castle. They have vampires.
Also, we have an army of were-rats. Or not an army, but a network of were-rats at our disposal.
What is it with this family and rats?
What do you mean?
Talk to Randall when we get back.
By the way, the area that y'all are meeting up at, is actually like a small marketplace.
Yes, you'll find this very interesting. So we found out who the Gith is. That mage that kept killing. What was the fucking tiefling's name?
Graves.
Graves. He apparently is the transmutation principle.
Another principle.
Well, we haven't got to kill one of those yet.
Is this?
You just lower part of her left eye just kind of twitches.
I can safely say that like this is just not even going to require a decent amount of insight from y'all. Given the fact that you know that Eclipse and Cragseat are basically working together, you could safely assume that for a lot of these operations you're going to go on that are more high scale, you are probably going to run into a high-ranking Eclipse agent accompanied by a principal, more than likely.
Oh, that means that the person with James Blackhand is likely a principal.
Who? I mean,
Does that mean
now that person you actually do know the name of, just because Clan Ergidland did
Yes,
name them.
I'm going through my notes right now.
I also don't remember who that is.
Camilla LaFay.
Yep.
So does this mean that we might have to encounter another principal when we run to my father?
Possibly.
Well, I'm willing to bet.
God, I hope not.
What can you tell us about the transmutation principle?
Not a damn thing.
Perfect.
Fantastic.
We have all the ammo we need.
Well, there is one thing.
He's
What's
your
up?
father.
No, I don't think I'm the child of a Gith.
He's my brother?
Just gonna ignore that one. For the
I
sake
mean,
of my own-
statistically speaking, at this point,
just for the sake of my own sanity.
I mean, the person we just met.
Statistically, I could be your sister. Any one of Gallus could be your brother. That man is a menace.
Yep.
Can we find somewhere private for me to say this?
Let us go into this small abandoned building. Mir kicks in the door. If anyone's in here, get out. Can I hold him?
Cast turn undead real fast.
You are literally in a marketplace, so you've been having this conversation like away from the crowd, or rather, I would assume like using the ambient noise of the crowd to block your conversation, like hiding off in like an alleyway and just like talking.
Don't we have our communicators also? Can we just be like whispering into the communicators with
true.
each other?
Yeah,
Into this KFC.
y'all have those, so that way you could also keep Rando in the loop.
Yeah, I figure maybe we'd be doing that, like just walking in whispering. Till we get
Not a
somewhere.
bad idea.
Oh yeah, you're full conversing via.
Okay, so made the joke about that man being my father, but it's not entirely off.
What?
No, I was not. I don't believe I was his seed.
He was your mentor?
No, I technically didn't have one.
Did he raise you like he raised Ziara?
The only principal I have ever met that I have not killed are the illusion one that we met in the Feywild and the evocation one, the one that inducted me into the principles. Other than that, I have had no other contact with the principles that didn't end in death. I know him because where do I start with this? Are any of you familiar with pocket dimensions?
Vaguely.
A little bit.
I've literally hopped around different planes, and that caused me nothing but trouble. Yes, I am aware of them.
They would train us in them a little bit at a cathedral, but that's about it.
Okay, now imagine about a 30-foot cube room. That's the entire dimension.
Cozy.
Now imagine a fairly sized glass jar. about big enough to store a person in. I woke up in that. That is the earliest memory I have.
Oh,
Looking on the walls of this tiny prison, there was a picture on the wall containing 3 people. An elven woman, a Gith that is very much the transmutation principle, and a tiefling man that kind of resembles me. Have any of you ever heard of the clone spell?
No, I have not.
It is
My magical information is not so academic.
It is basically a high-level spell that, in theory, would allow one to circumvent certain death. You would essentially regrow a version of a body in about 3 months. I think the time is 120 days. So I think it's 3 months.
The prep time for the clone to gestate is 120 days.
Right.
You inhabit the shell the instance of your death, and then you just spring forth.
That's
Like,
what I was trying to advocate the growth time.
Yeah, no, you have to grow it beforehand, and then once it's grown,
Yeah.
like you just bloop, pop right back in.
Nope, I was wrong. 4 months. That's the math. About 4 months, after which time the body remains floating in the jar until you die. And then the soul travels to it, and you inhabit it, complete with memories and all. I woke up in that jar with no memories. Didn't even have a name.
You're saying that you're a clone?
To my knowledge, I found some theories, some research in that room that seemed to indicate as such, though clearly just gestures around. This is not the first instance of a spell going wrong. As I managed to find a scroll of a plane shift to get me out of there, and it took me to the top of Mirage Tower.
So what I'm hearing is that this transmutation principle, we have questions for him. You have questions.
Oh, I have lots of questions for that man.
So we're taking him alive is what I'm hearing.
I would prefer that.
Agreed.
He doesn't need his hands though, does he?
I don't know. I mean, there are certain spells that only require verbal somatics.
I mean, not to be,
Like Dimension Door, for instance.
not to be like, the evil one of the group or something. We can inflict damage to where he has no limbs or vocal cords and still be alive.
Well,
Those can be restored later.
But without vocal cords, he won't be able to answer any questions.
Again, that can be restored later. We get him somewhere he can't, poof.
I think if we take out his hands, he'll kind of read the room and understand the jig is up at that point. Though.
What you say? You cut out a little bit on me.
Yeah, I'm saying that after after a certain point, you'd have to realize the jig is up. Resisting would mean death.
Mm-hmm.
Intelligent opponents will sort of read the room to understand the circumstance, figure out the best means of survival. Organ in order to survive,
Right.
So, at least now you're aware as to why he might recognize me upon seeing me. Though he might assume I'm someone else.
You might be someone else. Who knows?
To my knowledge, I'm the only one who's been hunting principals, so I doubt he's perished in that time. He looks older than the picture in question. And from the research I read, you should be able to create a fairly younger body to go into.
Okay then. So take him alive. Probably kill the others, but first we find the ritual sites and destroy those. Walker, James said that we had to destroy 3 or 12. That's what I was a little fuzzy on.
Okay. So here is the full breakdown, which I will go ahead and type in the the Platinum Watch chat, and then I will pin it.
Because I know about the hour, minute, second hand. I was like, those are the only 3 that, because something about 12 points came up before. I was like, okay, I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
12 points on the clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, that... I woke up about 6 years ago.
Happy birthday!
You've accomplished a lot in 6 years.
I mean, to be fair, I was able to cast, 5th level spells out the gate. So, clearly I retained some level of knowledge.
If you are a clone of the original caster, but aren't able to remember casting the clone spell, which is, I assume, higher than you can currently cast.
Then I have been trying for 6 years to figure out how to make that work.
Then yeah, something definitely did go wrong.
Did the person cast clone on themselves, or someone?
I mean, according to the notes, you can technically cast it on anyone you have the flesh of.
So, was the transmutation wizard potentially trying to clone a female version of his friend?
The notes never specified any possibility of changing genders. I can only hazard a guess that it was a relative of his he was trying to save, possibly.
Interesting.
But to my knowledge, he also tried to murder the necromancer wizard, the principal. And considering I did it, I can only assume he failed. I have a singular name from that time, though I have no face to attach it to.
There. So that's the full way to break it. There, it's pinned. There you go.
Yay, knowledge is power.
Because yeah, the first thing you want to
Okay, so there are 12 points total, and we need to destroy.
You need to destroy basically 4 at a time.
Right.
So you destroy the second hand, which is the power source. Then you destroy 3 of the points. Then you have to destroy the minute hand, which is the amplifier. Then 3 more of the points. Then you destroy the hour hand, which is the source of the magic. And then the final 3 points, and that'll break it.
It's complicated.
Hey, man.
Destroy the amplifier before destroying the power source? Because without power, the amplifier does nothing.
Yeah, but like I've said, it's self-sustaining. So you want to destroy the power source to make sure that, if you destroy the amplifier or anything else, it doesn't keep getting supplied power.
Okay, that's fair. That's right. Self-sustaining.
Yeah.
Forgot that.
So in order to break the self-sustaining nature, you have to break the second hand first. That's the power source. Then what you do is you break the amplifier, and that will slowly, that will begin the thing to basically start winding down. It'll already be off kilt after you break the first 4 points. But breaking that amplifier will kind of weaken it so it doesn't become hazardous magic. And then you can break the next 3 points, and then you'll want to break the effect, because that will basically disperse the nature of the effect, but not the key that, but it still won't disrupt the ritual. And then breaking the last 3 points will finally disrupt the ritual, destroying the circle and removing the reset.
Can we just do what Doc Ock did last time there was a self-sustaining power source and just throw it into the Hudson?
You can certainly attempt that. I cannot guarantee any of you will survive.
Are you
You
volunteering?
do.
he
That
didn't.
makes sense.
Are you volunteering?
I think I have more hit points than Doc Ock, but nah.
Because what I will safely say for this is that the actually I'm not gonna say anything because I want y'all to figure it out.
So
I was
now,
only joking anyway. It's cool.
I cast detect thoughts on the DM.
Oh no.
My mind is a steel prison.
Shitty as
My
mind.
mind is an enigma.
Yeah, no, I've mastered the power of head empty.
Uh-huh.
what Mr. Hargrove said is that likely the minute hand is pointing north.
He said that with great certainty it is pointed at the at number 12 on the clock point. So yeah, it would be north.
Right. So that's at least one direction down. We still need to locate it specifically. But we still need to find the second hand and the hour hand.
Oh yeah.
Also,
They
all
also
these-
said that these three are probably are the ones who probably made this phenomenon, attempting
safe to
to
say that.
attempting to kill the Raven Queen.
Oh, that's. How many times are we gonna end up saving gods from near-death experiences?
This is a recurring thing, Commander?
Merrick just unwraps his arm. Yeah, save Paylor. Maxine is
Oh.
off doing gods know what for court.
I should probably check
Rando
with-
chimes up on the radio and says, "So, like, if we save the Raven Queen, do we get a favor?"
I don't know.
I assume so. That's how gods usually work, I think.
Now,
Do
I'm
something
just-
cool, you get a favor. Get a
now I'm
wish.
just worried about Soon getting in danger. I don't want to save my god. I like my god.
Why wouldn't you want to save your god?
No, I don't want her to be in danger. She's cool.
Fair enough.
So now I'm just racked with the question: if we're going to save the Raven Queen, why the hell did she kill me the first time?
What
Maybe
if
she was trying to send a message.
or
She needed the
Don't.
resets.
maybe she doesn't?
If that's the case,
know
why not
about
just kill
the
us
loop?
all?
You're the bigger threat. But here's my thought. If we can, in my opinion, correctly assume that the transmutation wizard, the vampire and the elf with the long nails are the ones responsible for this, you scried on them. At the next reset, could we intercept and capture one of them? Interrogate them to figure out where those location points are.
See, that's the thing. If they're the ones that did this, they more than likely are able to be as we are, keeping our memories.
So they know that something's different now.
Probably.
Potentially.
I mean, if the trigger is killing the Raven Queen or their deaths, then that would explain why the moment of the loop resetting varies.
Well, we know it's not the death of Lord Shadruk. How do you pronounce his name? I'm bad at that. Did I pronounce that correctly? The vampire?
Marduk Shadro. And then
Shadro. Thank
the
you.
vampire is Beralt Renalia.
Bolt Renalia. Thank you. We saw one of them die in front of us, so we know it's not him. His death.
True. Though, with the principal with him, I doubt he was the catalyst.
But he does seem the weakest in terms of the constitution. If we were to acquire any one of them, I suspect he would be the more likely to talk.
True, but we'd be having to get him away from both a member of the Eclipse and a principal. A principal who apparently is also in cahoots with the enchantment principal.
I mean, we have both of the vampire, I believe, is a member of Eclipse too. The Black Sheep and the Crow are here.
Right, the Crow.
Well, isn't going to be much of a
Also
Able to
keep in
fight.
mind, the transmutation principal will certainly, and pulls out her pendant, will certainly have one of these.
That's an amplifier, is that correct?
If I chose to use it, I could essentially cast spells at the highest possible level.
Cool.
Though, and I could do that for quite a while, I would imagine. Though, the more use is used, the more the souls in it die.
Okay. Objective A, get that away from him.
Oh,
And-
yes. Oh, there are certainly protections upon this thing.
And he can already see invisibility, so that's out.
Here's something else.
Ichabod!
Order of operations when it comes to threat assessments. The vampire, I think he's lowest on the threat tier just because we have a blood hunter and a paladin at our disposal. We can drop him fast unless he has something tricky up his sleeve.
Like a +3 shield, adamantine armor, and a circular blasting?
I don't consider the circular blasting a very high threat.
That was all on.
That was on the vampire.
Oh, that was on the vampire. I thought that was on.
There was only 3 of them: the vampire, the crow, and the principal.
The vampire's the Black Sheep.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot. I thought it was the elf
This is wrong.
Oh.
Marduk Shadrow is the Black Sheep. He is a human. He is just a
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah.
Oh,
Beryl
yeah.
Renalia is the elf. He is a vampire. He is the
My
crow.
mistake.
Then the Gith is the transmutation principle.
Thank you for the correction.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm sorry, son.
Yeah, it's fine. The Shadro, he's gonna probably be hard to take down just because of that shield, that flame tongue. He's got a lot of shit stacked on him. Granted, we can probably assume the same for the vampire.
I think we can assume that for all of them.
Yeah.
We know that this group is uniquely equipped to handle creatures with susceptibility to radiant damage, so having you two on the Crow would probably be best. You and Tala, I mean.
Ranged fighters and spellcasters can probably handle the bulk of the Black Sheep. It's the transmutation wizards that's going to be the biggest threats, especially while he has that pendant. But all this is redundant until we destroy this ritual, which we gotta find where those seals are.
Theoretically, just stopping them would at least give us more time.
Possibly.
Finding out the catalyst for the reset would give us more time as well.
I mean, it could be they succeeded to kill the Raven Queen. Eclipse being who they are, knowing what they're dealing with, I can't imagine they sent people they didn't think were capable.
You mentioned the Raven Queen attacking you. Do we know if she was directly aiming for you? Use it could have been another one of the countless traps we've encountered.
You said, Walker, I heard something calling to me?
Are you talking about when you used your ability?
Yeah, you said I used my ability, I didn't see any possible way, and then I heard something calling me down the hall, I cast haste and ran down it, and then I heard essentially power word kill, and I dropped dead.
Yes. So the void called to you, and you dove in headfirst and died immediately. Which was the perception. You can safely assume that like going into the hall wasn't what power word killed you. That kind of like gray entropic void. You saw that like fucking 8 Marduk Shadro is what was essentially the semblance of a spell of power word kill when you flew into that, as your ability told you, like, this is the only really way out. The void called to you, and you're like, well,
Okay, so it did tell me the only way out was death.
pretty much.
Okay.
It wasn't like it wasn't like an empty answer. It was more like there is no good way out of this situation. Death is going to be the quickest way to your prophetic vision did still work. It basically was just like the only way out is through, and you gotta die.
Okay, then. Hawk, retract that entire conversation we had.
Gotcha.
Alright,
it just only clicked for you now.
No, I thought Walker was giving me a answer not found.
Oh.
Yes and no. It wasn't like an answer not found. It's more like the only way out is to die.
Like, that's what I thought. I thought, like, worst comes to worst, it would tell me just die. But but from the interpretation you gave, my mind thought you said answer not found.
Gotcha.
Good to know.
So yeah, at least, not questioning her own sanity.
As you do.
So, are we still on the boat of don't message the transmutation principle?
My concern is, do we know if they're aware of the loot like we are?
I mean, this isn't something that happens by accident. I imagine, at the very least, they're going to keep trying to cause it.
Right. My concern though is, you message. Out of character, you said you're going to message the transmutation.
I said before. I said, why don't we give that a try? He might recognize me if we can get some answers.
Yeah. I'm just worried in case it maybe went wrong. If
If
they're
it-
aware of the
if it
loot,
went
we might
wrong,
kind of tip
then-
our hand.
Then, like everyone else in here, he shouldn't be able to remember things outside.
I'm just worried about making that assumption.
If he does have memories outside, now that we know he's the principal, A, he might know who I am. B, he might also know that I'm hunting principals.
Okay, hold on a second.
Well, again, my concern is if we might tip our hand in another loop, they'll be prepared for us.
We
if they
can
remember.
we can extrapolate something here. One, if I remember correctly, Emmerich said that when the doors open, the mage was always there and cast immediately. The mage was always ready. And two, we know that the resets are never consistent. Some more shorter than others. That means that these 3, like, sometimes they end early, right?
So just me interjecting. He did not say that the mage was always there, like immediately.
Oh, I
The door got kicked open, and the gnome just died to a trap, which you all saw occur.
Oh,
Yeah, the gnome died to a trap. He said that when they reached the 2nd floor, they almost died immediately because the mage was just there. He was not there standing in the foyer just like, time to die. They got to the 2nd floor, and that's when they would die.
okay.
Sometimes,
Yeah.
he would
It was
succeed
just a matter. It was just a matter of whether or not they made saves.
Yeah, whether or not they succeeded their saving throws.
Did the
The resets are different lengths, right?
The resets do have different lengths, yes. He said the longest that it ever went without resetting or the longest that it ever went before he remembers it resetting was 4 days. That's the longest current period that Emmerich remembers.
To me, that implies, Gaz's voice, to me that implies that they are aware of things because this means that they are taking different actions. If they weren't aware of the loop, they would repeat the same actions and the loops would all be the same length.
Right. I'm worried. I just don't want to tip too much information is my concern.
No, absolutely.
I mean, I've already scryed on him, so
He doesn't know who's the one scrying.
but also we could say the same for the Raven Queen. Her massive amount of power, I can't.
Can we scry on the Raven Queen?
No, I don't think that's possible.
Can I try to pray to the Raven Queen?
I'm
Yeah,
saying-
make a religion check if you want to.
She might be just
Can I
as
cast guidance on
unaffected.
myself?
I'll allow it.
I'll pray to her.
Walker, would that
Taylor
be something
smites you.
Tala could do as well to try?
Anyone who wishes to try and commune with the Raven Queen via just basic prayer can attempt to do so.
Yuza is not praying to any being.
So, bitch, me again.
Except maybe Mithra. That's the one possible exception.
Yeah, no, god of magic, hell yeah.
Put mine in the chat.
I would say the god of wizards wasn't a dick.
Oh, Bokob? Yeah, no, total bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I put the wrong number. I was looking at the wrong thing for Tala's.
Mako guide my hand.
The wrong column.
Yeah, 18, 17, 23. Yeah, Storm, Storm and Red, you get nothing back. You pray to the Raven Queen, no omen arrives to you, nothing comes to you.
Actually, no, never mind. Go.
Tala,
Yes.
with a 23, as you pray to the Raven Queen, much like with Soon, you enter like this kind of like extra communal space, except unlike with Soon, there is not the temporal anomaly to cause this static, like this inability to hear. And you just kind of like hear almost like in a panic, just, I don't know who can hear this, and I don't know who's listening, but please, if you can hear this, help me. And then just like you hear a scream, and then boom, you all reset.
Yay! So the catalyst is her death.
You can infer that it might have something to do with it. You don't know if that is the exact market, that is the exact thing going on.
Oh, we didn't even check out the market. We just got there and did nothing. We didn't.
Well, it's right in
inspect
front of
it.
us. Everyone has their orders.
Yep. When we come back, Tala goes, so Yuza was partially right. It looks like the Raven Queen's death is gonna cause it, and I literally just heard it.
Yeah.
I'm sure you don't need to unpack any of that.
She
Yuza immediately just floats Indian style in the air, pulls out the crystal ball. I'm gonna try scrying on that fucker again.
long
See where
story-
he is
grabs
right
her
now.
tail like a balloon and starts like dragging her around as she starts crying.
As you
Ow! Don't pull the tail, bitch.
and
Is that a
never
string?
mind.
hold on, everybody, shh.
No, I was just saying. Basically, Tala was going to explain that she tried communicating with Soon earlier, what happened, and relaying exactly word for word what the Raven Queen said this time and how panicked she sounded.
Well, that is bad.
While Yuza is practicing scrying, I'm going to try and reach out to the Raven Queen again. If you guys can keep an eye, make sure you know.
No vampires.
Make another religion check with disadvantage.
Yeah, I'll let Yuza do her thing while I do that.
Guidance her.
Yes,
Guidance.
guidance would be nice.
Can I assist in any way?
I will say
with Tala?
guidance is not going to affect this, and assistance will not affect either. This is
Gotcha.
specifically like you have to roll disadvantage. Like if you can make this, I will give you something good. If you can't, it is what it
Okey-dokey.
is.
Do I have enhance ability? Well, I'm scrying anyway. I can't do
Doesn't
that.
doesn't matter. Doesn't like no spell is going to change the outcome of this disadvantage.
See, that
Okay.
was a 22. Okay, that ain't bad. 22.
With disadvantage?
Yeah.
Don't succeed.
I got a +6 on religion.
Don't succeed.
Don't succeed. Damn.
You needed a double, not 20, I guess.
Nope. There was a specific number I'd set for this, and 22 is not it.
So it was
Yeah.
25,
Oh,
I guess.
try again later. Oh well.
More secure.
So yeah, you. I'll say that this all happens concurrently, like as you're kind of like praying. That, like Yuza's being, you all move with Yuza to the market. And Rando is just like, so are we doing the thing where we meet up at the other hotel?
Yeah,
Yes.
we will.
What was going through the market to get there?
Cool. I'm gonna go ahead and go ahead of us. Just go ahead and book the room and get this over with.
Gotcha. By the way, Gabe has is marked now. He'll remember us.
Cool. I'll grab him on the way, and he turns into a giant eagle and like flies off to the market, and then you see that giant eagle fly this way.
Oh, you wonderful son of a bitch.
Are there any? Oh, sorry, we're doing use. Sorry about my bad.
So yeah, Yuza, as you cast scrying, he has to make the save again.
Yeah.
Natural 20.
Ooh.
You get nothing.
By the side, he doesn't realize he's someone trying to scry.
You attempt to scry on him, and your vision is just blocked. The spell more or less like automatically fails.
On a successful save, the target isn't affected, and you can't use the spell again on it for the next 24 hours.
Well, luckily that's
Hopefully
not going to apply for too much longer.
Yeah.
Well, this does provide one thing. It could mean that potentially he thinks that someone else is scrying, like it's a new player in the loop, not technically us.
Well, Shadow did see us.
As you all arrive in the market, like, are you passing just through the market, or are you just going? Or
I
are
think
you?
we're going like window shop as we go. Like just sort of.
Yeah,
scan-
Gallus is just going to sort of perception of whatever caught his eye when he was looking through Ichabod, and if he sees what caught his eye before, he will probably head over there to inspect it, like what it is, all that.
Tala was specifically going to be looking out or asking if there's any sort of shrine to the Raven Queen in the city.
That is one of the points of interest, but you don't know about it.
And that's why I say Tala's going to be asking people.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, they pointed out to you. They say that most
Tala.
people usually will like, for a while, the Raven Queen would allow like actual worshippers to come in, like host to worship in her citadel. However, after previous like attempts on her life by mad cultists and stuff like that, she instead opted not to do that and built a shrine in the town hall right there. It's a little black X for people to pray to. So that's one of the 4 points you were going to investigate.
Tala is going to ask the group if they would be okay with her heading that way.
Go ahead.
I'm going on an adventure!
You want to split the party again, or is that not a concern now that we have allies in the city?
Tell her, just don't. If any vampires try and mess with you, just tell them that
You're with the Scarlet King.
yeah, tell them that the Scarlet King has, like, you're under his protection.
Tala gives
Hey.
a thumbs up.
Hey, Walker.
Yeah.
On the last loop, when we first woke up and made our way to Gabe Hall and then to this hotel,
Yeah.
that's when I first scryed on the dude, and he was standing outside of the gate of the castle.
Yeah.
How long did it take to get to this point?
It took you about so traveling through the city takes a lot of time, so it took you about I'd say 2 hours to get to Gabe Hall and then an hour to get to the hotel. Because from Gabe Hall to get to the Palace of the Raven Queen, it took you 3 hours. So, yeah, it took you an hour to get to the hotel. So it took you 3 hours, and in that time, the villains traversed from their hotel to the Palace of the Raven Queen. So it's more or less the same distance like as Gabe Hall. So for you to move from Gabe Hall to the Raven Queen Palace, and from then to move the villain hotel to the Raven Queen Palace, 3 hours.
I do think it's worth mentioning to Tala that the villain's hotel and where she's going intersteps with the villain's potential path to the Raven Queen's temple, so it might be ready to hide.
Okie. And again, Tala's doing the thing with hiding her wings and armor and everything under her cloak. No wings, I mean.
Gotcha.
I kind of want to go with her, if that's the case, because part of Yuzo wants to intercept these guys right now.
We need those ritual sites first.
On that note, Gallus, go ahead and make me a perception check just for shopping.
Right. I'm also looking for anything I can add to my souvenir collection that we talked about.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah. Additionally, I will say this, I would recommend writing down anything that I tell you that seems of interest, simply because, whatever you purchase here is just going to reset every single time.
Oh, damn, you're right.
Until it breaks. So you're going to write down what you want to...
That I will catch on our way out of the final loop.
Okay.
So
you're welcome to do that, too.
29.
29?
Yes.
Yeah, with a 29, there's a few things that catch your eye. Generally, what caught your eye is, you were looking... The things that caught your eye, through Ichabod's eyes, were more just structures that are not, individual housing or, just... you were looking for, essentially, public gathering places, big citadels, points of interest, just things that stood out. And so those are the things that you marked in your mind, these are things we should look at. So this is just a market. So it's not anything, fancy or fabulous. However, with your perception check, you find a few things that would be of interest to you. There's unique, food and alchemical supplies that are only available in the Shadowfell. There's, of course, some souvenir stands, vials of, sand or little rocks from the shores or deep in the waters. There's strange kind of liqueurs and potions and vials of strange liquid, and then of course there's just a regular gift shop thing, t-shirts, snow globes, the whole nine.
Okay, so t-shirts, snow globes. Good to know. Alchemy stuff. Anything that seems more the line of the arcane?
A lot of stuff. This is the Shadowfell.
Rare. I'll walk up to a booth that looks like it's selling anything magical and just kind of peruse. Anything that catches my eye?
Make an Arcana check. Because you don't have the Identify spell or Detect Magic. Oh wait, don't you have Detect Magic?
No, that's not
Merrick
me.
does, and I'm with him. Can I cast Detect Magic for them?
You can, if you wish.
Okay, sure. Detect Magic.
There is tons of stuff here. A lot of the items are mainly illusion and abjuration, but there are also enchantment, evocation, magics, a few small divination items, a lot of necromancy items, to the point where you're this is concerning.
Okay. Gallus, so that's necromancy, that you know what? Just this entire table is necromancy. Except for that's evocation, which is still bad, actually.
What was your Arcana?
It was 16.
Go ahead and roll again with advantage. We'll say this gives you the help action just because you know the schools of magic, but you're still not sure what these items are in their finitum.
Right, 20.
Ghetto 20?
Ghetto 20.
Okay. Yeah, a little better. Yeah, a lot of these items like are just kind of like basic and common magic items. You're not like sure what they are, but you've seen similar stuff. Like you clearly, given your travel history and just like generally shit you've encountered, you can easily pick out the bag of holding. Although it is nice, it is like a black pattern design with a skull latch, and like kind of it's very goth aesthetic. Kind of like not goth aesthetic, kind of like metal punk aesthetic. There's a few other like unique like items that you would probably classify as common. There's not really anything here that you would classify as like rare or very rare that you can see. Or at least that you'd be able to identify. Like if there are rare or very rare magic items on this booth or table, you are not sure what those would basically like look like or be.
Right.
This would be something where you'd probably want to come shopping with Yuza.
Right.
If you're trying to buy like magic items.
Right. Noted for later.
Even that, I don't think the merchant would be okay with me casting identify on his shit.
Tell him.
He would not be okay with you casting identify as shit, but like being a member of the arcane and knowing like what magic items are, you'd be able to pick them out easier than someone who's just like, what's a magic item?
Yeah.
Someone who's not versed in the arcane through an academic sense would have more difficulty figuring out what magic items are available than someone who is versed in intelligence casting. So yeah, that's all that y'all see here in the marketplace.
Right. Yeah, the next case scouts will just make a mental note of that to come back later to do a more thorough search for anything interesting.
Gotcha. So y'all head into the base, or do y'all want to check out other points of interest in the city?
Merrick is going to hit up this one just because they're here now, so might as well hit it.
I'll come with you.
Yeah, weren't you guys gonna do that in the last loop?
We failed. We screwed up. Wait, here's the thing. We took up so much time that we didn't want to like. We didn't want the session to be all about us, so we wanted you guys to have a tone talking to the pixie dude.
I don't know how long the session's going.
I am actually probably going to wrap it here just because it is late and I do have to work tomorrow. But
Right.
I'm going to wrap it with this. Merrick, go ahead and make me just roll me a d20 and tell me, and just let me know what the number is.
Oct again. I'm using a different die.
Get a new tray.
No, I like this tray. That is a 18.
Okay. Cool. A few moments later, you hear a voice enter your head. It is my understanding that we should converse. You are also outside the loop, and it would be wise for us to talk. You can respond to this message.
With whom am I speaking with?
God, making this man cast sending twice. Just absolutely rude.
I mean, he didn't even give him a location. He literally just said, "Let's talk." Like, what the fuck are you supposed to say to that? Like, location.
Like, yeah, he would have to cast it again, but now he has to cast it again to say just his name.
No, he doesn't. That's like 3 words max.
My name is Kilkias Parvis. I was thinking we could meet at the gazebo across the river.
Caius Parvis. Does Merrick recognize that name?
You do not. That means nothing to you.
Clearly, he knows who you are.
Caius Parvis. You wouldn't by chance be a principal, would you?
He casts Sending again and just goes, "This back and forth grows tiresome. Do you agree to meet, or are we going to just keep wasting spell slots for no purpose at all?"
Well, you get them back on the next reset, but fine. I'll meet you there.
All right.
I mean, if this is the principal, please make him waste spell slots.
Oh, 100%.
Please
Here's the
make him waste
thing.
spell slots.
Here's the thing. I'm telling you guys so you can back us up. Gus, you're fucking stealthing, right?
Oh, I'll stealth.
Yeah. Even if this pendant lets me cast higher than I can, I'm still limited to my fucking spell slots.
Yeah. So, you said you're telling everybody?
Oh, yeah. Next one
Um,
on Tom's like, hey, Caius Parvis, naming anybody else to anyone?
literally name means nothing to anyone.
No.
Nope.
Well, we have a rendezvous over at the... Where was it again, Walker? I'm sorry.
He's asking you to meet at
gazebo.
Gabe Hall.
Gabe Hall.
The game
Everyone,
hall.
Gabe Hall.
Wait, he says the gazebo across the river. That means...
That he's on this side of the river.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's almost like you know where his hotel is already,
I
and this isn't new
know.
information to you.
Oh my goodness.
Walker, to be fair, you said we don't know who this is.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's what Tala is extrapolating here. It's like, hey, it didn't end up meaning anything to us, but we know where he's coming from, at least.
Are we wrapping here?
No, I'll do this final scene. I'll say that whoever wants to go to Gabe Hall can. I will say that this message goes out to all of you before you arrive at like this little area over here, or arrive at the Raven Queen Shrine.
Yeah, let's
I will follow you to Gabe Gazebo.
go.
All right, I'm gonna need a stealth check from Gallus if you are going to be going to the gazebo. And Yuza and Tala, do you wish to go?
Commander, would you like me there, or would you like me to deal with the Raven Queen stuff?
I think that this guy might actually be intentionally. I don't think this is going to be a hostile situation.
I don't think it's gonna be hostile, but still, all hands on deck, just in case.
By the way,
Ben
the
as well.
reset did happen, so I did go ahead and restore your hit points, Merrick, since, Damien did bite you.
Oh, thank you. I was actually going to use a hit die on that, but thanks, man. Appreciate it.
The reset happened. Why would you use a hit
Yeah.
dice?
I was going to before the reset happened, I meant to say.
Yeah. But was
But-
that storm? But was that storm
Yeah.
saying all hands on deck?
Yeah, that.
Okay.
Yeah, Merrick is saying like probably best to have us on standby. I would feel safer with more than just Gallus. No offense, dude.
All right.
But wait,
Damn.
fuck it. Gallus, I was gonna say I cast guidance on you, but you rolled already.
I mean, does it look like I need it?
No.
Use
Dude,
use a
this is a possible principle. The answer is yes.
the commander needs us. Let's take flight. Flyers away.
I'm already halfway there. Halfway there. Halfway there.
Use a stealth check. Tala, stealth check with disadvantage.
Okay.
Because you're flying with big old clanky armor.
Wait, I thought the
We get shot out of the sky.
breastplate didn't cause that.
Sorry, I no offense, like the character art throws me every goddamn time because that is not a fucking breastplate. That is
That's fair.
full plate mail. God damn it, no offense, like I love Tala, I love the fact that we have artwork. I hate the fact that that is not a breastplate.
No, dude, I'm with you. Like, literally the same thing for Damon. Like, there's no shield in his art, so I'm always forgetting. Like, he has a shield. He has a shield.
Well, the shield
So does
came
Tala.
later.
It did. It did. Like, in your defense, you are correct.
Hold on, Walker. I just want a point of clarification. I'm not doing it. I just want to know because it'd be funny if I did. With alter self, it says none of my statistics change. Does that mean if I take the form of a wingless person, I still have my flight speed?
Oh.
That's funny.
No, sorry, I got.
I don't know. Because
Actually
your flight speed is part of your physicality, so I don't know
Yeah.
if taking the form of a wingless person would affect your flight speed. That's gonna be something I'm gonna have to think about while I toss and turn as this anxiety-riddled sleep finds me.
By the way, rolled a 9.
Pog.
I got a 9.
So Tala, you assume that you are hidden. Gallus, you are super confident that you are hidden. Use a
Supremely confident.
supremely confident, but not in a good, not like you are.
Gotta seize the bright pink tiefling flying through the air. He just wonders, why do we always ruin my good stealth rolls?
Yeah, you land on the rooftop like with grace and agility, but not quietly.
I mean, yeah.
As a few tiles like fall off and shatter. In the gazebo is a Githyanki male in the intricate robes that I described previously with the transmutation circle on his back, and he sees you approach. Merrick goes, good, we can.
That's why I wasn't stealthy. I saw that.
Put names to faces. By the way, he doesn't seem to like. If he has noticed your failure at stealth, he is remaining composed.
He's the Githyanki?
He is a Githyanki, yes.
And you are the
Kilkaias. Kilkaias Papas, yes. We spoke on the message. Sending.
Mirgilda. But you know that.
Yes, your self-proclaimed arch-nemesis, Marduk Shadrow, has informed me of your identity. I do not believe that he is capable of being your arch-nemesis, as he is in fact a buffoon.
Yeah. Merrick is actually just sort of stunned, like he thinks he's our arch. Well,
he does not think that he is. I'm sorry. Let me clarify. If you are referring to, does he think you're his arch nemesis in a form of, he is the enemy of the Platinum Wardens, your former team? No, he specifically mentioned you. He said the gall and disrespect you showed to him, and just the general resolution to ruin the way that he managed his lands, and the false ideals of inspiration and rebellion that you have sowed in his populace that resulted in the removal of him from the throne were his inevitable downfall. He has declared you his nemesis, a enemy of the monarchy, and I believe that is.
Time I threatened to revoke my citizenship. That's right.
Yes, he again, buffoon. I do not keep him around for his brains.
In all honesty, as a player, I completely forgot this person existed.
I remember this. I remember this happening. I remember
You too now, but I'm like the whole time I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? I know we're supposed to know him, but
he's a king you spoke to for all of 5 minutes before telling him to go fuck himself.
I know.
That sounds like a really crappy thing to do.
I'm like, oh, that guy.
The guy who was the elf racist, yes.
Yes.
That definitely sounds like something you guys would do.
Yeah, no. Platinum Wardens, we don't tolerate racism. So he's just like, I just figured it was best that we actually speak face to face. Clear the air, as it were. I don't presume that you understand what I'm doing or why I'm doing what I'm doing. But I will make the base assumption that you are intent on stopping me because you are predetermined to destroy Eclipse, and therefore, because I have affiliated myself with them in a way, you see me as an enemy combatant that must be dispatched, and you will do so with fervent haste.
What is it you're trying to achieve here? Kill the Raven Queen?
He thinks on his response for a moment, and then just goes, "It is not the desired outcome, but it is unfortunately one that is what is required for the effect that I seek to permeate. There is a great magic that I must unweave, and in order to do so, I require a component that is very difficult to acquire. I require a moment of death. Normally any old moment would do, but the binding of which the spell that I seek to break is so potent that a moment of death for a god is the only thing I can muster. And initially, I thought to seek a way that would not result in the immediate death of a god that is as much needed as the Raven Queen. I thought, through history, there have been records and documents of gods being slain, and for a time,
consequences, yes.
For a time, I had a journal of which I was able to consult for such things. Unfortunately, it found its way out of my possession, and I could no longer consult these accounts. But I remembered one in perpetuity of the death of the goddess. He like blinks for a second, like the name escapes him. He goes, "The point is moot. I sought to return to time, like travel back in time to a point at which a god died naturally, and I intended to be a spectator in those events and capture their essence at the moment of their natural death. However, unfortunately, the energy required, as well as the general dangerous nature of time and temporal manipulation, proved to elude my grasp. And so I could not safely and manageably capture the essence of a god's death. And so, in order to achieve the component I needed, I set out on a plan to kill a god. And unfortunately, the only god that I had the feasible means to do this to was the Raven Queen. Regrettably, this was my only recourse of action. And so
I think I know about the book you're referring to. It was a nature god, and the force she governed disappeared with her death.
Yes and no. When she was killed, the forest wilted and died, and then in an act of vengeance, her child, a demigod, Alurian the Snake Charmer, conjured forth the Briarwood, a magical prison, if you will, around the kingdom of Lian Shay and Darius, protecting its capital, Kaladash, from invasion, and destroying enemy forces in one fell swoop, littering the depth and breadth of the Briarwood with the corpses of the invading force. The Briarwood is still filled with dead trees of the goddess, and still holds within it a shrine to her in memoriam. But the forest is very much alive and hungry. In a new form. But
it's never the same after the death of a god.
Correct.
And you want to kill Goddess of Death.
Unfortunately, that is the only avenue available. God, fucking Walker's getting tongue-tied trying to talk this eloquently. Unfortunately, that is the only avenue available to me at this time.
Then walk me through this. What possible reason justifies killing the Raven Queen?
Have you heard of the Maw?
Yes. I've seen that.
I wish to sunder it from existence. And that is where we'll end tonight's session.
Ooh boy.
Ooh.
Thank you everyone for tuning in. As always, I've been your ever-present Dungeon Master Walkmaniac C. With me are my fantastical role players, the Hawkabridge playing Talasoon.
Hey.
Storm of Stage 13 playing Merrick Gilder.
Oh my god.
Red Beast 13 playing Gallus Morgulus.
Yay!
And Vextal 24 playing Yuza Peric.
I cast Disintegrate.
No!
And we will save that for next time. As
Okay, I don't have Disintegrate.
I know we were all having fun here. And with that, I bid you all a fond farewell. As we will. Luckily, at the time of this recording, we already have another session scheduled. I am going on vacation next week, but then the week following, we immediately have another session of Platinum Watch, and we can jump right into it. And it is going to be fucking awesome. So we look forward to seeing y'all then, and hope that y'all tune in for another exciting session of Platinum Watch. Until then, bye-bye!
Goodbye.